to the iconic Lakeside, the home of World Darts for the 2023 CT1 WDF World Championships. It has been heating up here all week and we are ready for quarter-finals day. I'm Jo Ankia and I am joined by the lovely Scott Mitchell, 2015 World Champion. Yes, of course, that's how we're hearing all about you, your pedigree. You're going to be helping guide me through some expert analysis all weekend. Thank you for joining us. First of all, how have you been enjoying the tournament so far this week?
I think, you know, early doors, the tournament took a time to get going. We had a lot of debutants that had not been on the stage before. You could see some of them were pretty nervous, but as the week's now gone on, people have played 2 or 3 games. The regulars that have been here before are starting to come through with a couple of debutants. It makes it all very interesting.
Excellent, and of course we have our reigning champions back in the quarterfinals again. Neil Duff, Bo Greaves, how have they looked so far this week?
Well, both have looked really good. Neil Duff was really put under pressure last night and came through it lovely. And I think Bo has just been Bo. She's just very blasé about everything, and it's just a game of darts. And I think as long as she keeps it that way in her head, she's going to be very dangerous to beat.
Absolutely, she's been on incredible form this year. Also this week, as you mentioned, there have been a few newbies. Any surprises that have made it through to these quarterfinals? And we'll go through that quarterfinal draw in just a moment.
For me, Johnny Tata has been the surprise. He's really come here with nobody not knowing a great deal about him. Yes, he did really well and beat Peter Wright in the World Series with the PDC Down Under. But having to travel all this distance and still performing like that, it's much more difficult for those guys, and I've been really impressed with how he's played.
Excellent. Okay, so let's take you through that quarter-final draw. Let's first take a look at the women that have made it through to the final 8. We started with 24 women, of course. Bo Greaves against Paula Murphy, Dita Hedman against Rhian O'Sullivan, Eileen de Graaf against Lorraine Winstanley, Lisa Ashton against Kirsty Hutchinson, and that will be our final 8 on the women's side. Moving on to the men's quarterfinals, we have Andy Barton's a favourite there, going up against Johnny Tata of New Zealand, Dennis Nilsson against Wesley Plazier, and they'll be up first this afternoon. Neil Duff, our reigning champion, against Chris Landman, and another former champion, Jelle Klaassen, against Leonard Gates. So, a very strong-looking set of quarterfinals. How do you think the field this year, going into this final 8, compares, starting with the women's side, compared to last time? We know the field has had 24 women this year, now down to 8. How does the quality look to you?
I think the quality has shone through, and I think we've seen some new women that we wouldn't have known about. Nicole from New Zealand was just absolutely superb and unlucky not to have made the quarterfinals. So we're finding those new women from around the world, and that's the difference, in giving them the chance here so that they can come back, get the taste for it, and then entertain us some more.
Indeed, and a little look against our first matchup, Dita Hedman against Rhian O'Sullivan. Well, both of them have been doing incredibly well over the last year. Dita won the Scottish Open, the Danish Open, but Rhian, this will be her 5th consecutive quarterfinals. How does this matchup look to you?
Well, I actually tipped Rhian as an outsider to win it, because everybody was saying Bo at the start of the week. I tipped her at the draw a month ago that she could win it. I've been England captain alongside Dita when she was captain, so a very difficult one for me to call. 2 ladies I really get on with. My head says that Rhian will win it, but my heart says I want Dita to win it, so I'm really sat on the fence.
Excellent. Well, it's time to head over for that first match of the day. I will hand down to your MC, Anthony Dindas.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to quarterfinals day here at the CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. We begin with our first ladies quarterfinal at the home of World Darts. This is Lakeside. We welcome to the stage a twice Lakeside World Championship finalist, the reigning Denmark Masters and Swiss Open champion from Wales, Rhian O'Sullivan. We now welcome to the stage a 3-time Lakeside World Championship finalist, the 7-time and reigning Scottish Open champion from England, the Heart of Darts, Dita Hedman!
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to the quarterfinals of the WDF World Championship. This is where it starts to get very, very serious. Dita Hedman and Rhiannon O'Sullivan, two very experienced darts players. The Heart of Darts, Dita, has been at the heart of ladies' darts for over 30 years now. She is a 3-time finalist here on the Lakeside stage. She has yet to pick up that much coveted crown. She's won virtually everything else in the game. This is what she wants. She was pushed all the way by Aletta Via in her second round encounter, winning by 2-1. She's up today against Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who's been in excellent form for quite a few years now. Another former finalist of this tournament. She achieved the second highest average in the ladies' game by dispatching Suzanne Smith 2-0. It is a clash between seed number 4 and seed number 5 for the right to face either the hot favourite Bo Greaves or the American outsider Paula Murphy. My name's Dan McCarthy, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined in the commentary box by the 2015 world champion. Scott Mitchell, you've got to this stage of the competition no less than 4 times. What's going through a player's mind at this stage?
Well, you start to smell the final. You're that close that you start to smell it. But the minute you think of it, you know, you start stopping yourself. You've got to be so careful. So, you know, you feel like you're in the tournament now. You feel like you know exactly what you're playing like here. You know what your opponent's playing like here because you've been doing a bit of statistician and stuff with it. And it's just a case of now concentrating on you and getting your best game out there on the day and hoping that that's enough.
It will be Dita to get us underway with those very wobbly darts. A unique setup that the 64-year-old has got. Amazing longevity in darts. She's still going, and she's certainly got no appetite to give up just yet.
60.
No, absolutely. And like I said at the top of the show, I actually tipped Rhiannon as an outside bet, but she's not really an outside bet at all. She has been superb over the last 10 years. And, yeah, she has a real good chance here to be a thorn in Dita's side. She really does.
Two players who are very familiar with each other's games. It's the 17th time they've played. 3 times this year, and one of them was in the final of the Scottish Open, won by Dita. Tight contest, winning 5-4. But this is a completely different equation.
It's being able to control things early doors and making sure that you do the right thing and you stay straight and you don't do anything to give away an easy leg. That's the secret in the quarterfinals. You want to start fairly well. Even if you lose the leg, you want to be right there with them.
Yeah, you'd always say that the last leg that wins you a game is the most important leg in a game of darts, but the second most important is probably the first. You need to come out of the blocks very, very quickly.
Well, it's the problem with the game in general is that negativity can creep into a game of darts far quicker than positivity will. That is the biggest hang-up with the game.
Dita threatening the first max.
135.
Looks like she's found a range. It was a slow start from Dita Hedman, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan in the box seat to maybe break the throw. Another 2 treble visit.
And the crowd that we have there, we're into this already. First leg, they're well into it.
Rhiannon requires 77.
Double 10. And that is a terrific start from Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Yeah, it really settles her down, and it's a really good breaker throw, and that is Rhiannon's absolute, the bit that she does but as well as any lady is that she finishes nice and quickly. It's not often you see her sat there on a double forever and ever. She is a good sort of mid-range shooter, we call that. Anywhere between 60 and 80, she's right on it.
Well, she wasn't too far away from 50% on the outer ring in her match against Suzanne Smith. It was a professional performance. Suzanne's had a few issues with her technique, but Rhiannon didn't kind of get dragged down. She just went up, played her darts, and averaged 85. Very proud Welsh woman, as you can clearly see with the flights. It's a good time for Welsh darts.
Yeah, I played against, well, been in the same room as her in many an international meeting in the last, well, I've been playing international now since 2008 or 2009, so yeah.
60.
Watched her rise through. She's just such a good player, and it's, you know, I said it's kind of her time now. She's been around a bit in darting terms, and she knows what it's all about now, and it's her time. It's you have to do the donkey work to become the show pony, and you know, it's her time to be the show pony.
63.
Fortunate bounce out.
Yeah, I went under on the blocks on our rather extravagant stage that we have here. Our stage is also as iconic as the venue is, I think.
Some pressure applied. This can still go. Treble 19 leaves the bullseye. Wrong side of the wire. Rhiannon had to have a second look there.
44. Dita, you require 140.
Good pressure asserted there from Dita.
68.
Oh, 2 darts at double 4, and just as we were saying before, she's so good in that bracket, and her finishing, like you say, superb. 2 out of 2. I would say she's settled down.
Absolutely. Dream start for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Well, she hasn't been around quite as long as Dita Hedman. She's also been winning titles for 3 decades now. The noughties, the 2010s, and still going strong in the year 2023.
41.
3 titles won this year.
This can only be the Lakeside. I think we've got Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs on one table, sat next to the Peaky Blinders on 2 tables over. It's yeah,
an extravagant array of costumes.
Only at the darts, mate. It's only at the darts.
100.
And a crowd-pleasing walk-on from Dieter Hedman as well. But she won't be feeling quite as jovial because she struggled to get going against Rian.
It's always hard when you go up there and you know you're expecting a tough game, and sometimes you can overthink. There's the draws, and yeah, you can overthink sometimes what your opponent's going to do and stop yourself.
140.
We are still going to first to 2 sets in the ladies' draw until the semi-finals, but there will be a break after the first set, so chance for both players to gather their thoughts, have a few minutes off the stage and recompose.
26.
And that's something I think Dieter's going to want a lot more than Rian.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're sat in Rian's position right now, you do not want to stop. You want to keep going and keep going, and sometimes the breaks can be in your favour and sometimes they work against you. I've been up there thinking, oh, I wish there's a break next. Oh, I hope there's a break after this set, and it's happened, and I've managed to claw myself back into the game. And other times you've been in front and going, oh no, I don't want the break now, because somebody else has clawed their way back in on you. So
Here you require 120.
Yeah, I always believe that the player in the ascendancy is the one that never wants the break.
50.
Whereas if you are struggling, a break just gives you a chance to go off stage, stops your opponent from throwing more darts. Looked an awkward lie for the treble 20.
42.
that's the Peaky Blinders.
70.
Tops. Rian O'Sullivan with an absolutely blinding set of darts. She is certainly not afraid, and why should she be? Absolutely superb, and Dieter Hedman does not know what has hit her. She has got plenty of thinking to do. She is staying on stage. She needs to throw a few extra practice darts, judging by the performance thus far. But it is Rian O'Sullivan who leads by 1-0.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. and the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmore, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
On the wall for the set for Dieter. She had to find something quickly, and unfortunately the momentum was already with Rianne.
Dieter pulled out that triple 19 in the middle though. We thought maybe there was a chance of a comeback, but it's all Rianne so far. These two have a long history behind them, don't they? 17 times they've played each other, and they were both in that final of the Scottish Open. Dieter took that. How much does it look like this could be revenge for Rianne?
Well, that's the way that the game works. We remember the times that we lose to some of these players, and some of the players that beat you don't remember that they beat you, because they don't remember that. So, yes, this is what the darts is about. You know, we don't know what they were doing before they were here. This could be the way that Rianne is thinking. It's revenge, and she wants to get her back for that one.
And of course, we saw Rianne in the semi-finals last year. She seems to be getting better and better. Do you think that now could be her time?
Like I said, I tipped her as the outside chance to win this, and I firmly believe that, because I think she is getting better, and she is being about the place a bit now. It's not new to her anymore. Like I said, it's time to shine and be the show pony.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Well, you're on comms for us as well for this first match, so I'll let you go over and join Dan McCarthy, and we'll take you down to the stage to join MC Anthony Dundas.
Thank you, Joe. Rianne O'Sullivan has played 3 sets of darts in the World Championship so far. She's won all 3 sets. She's won all 9 legs. She has not faced a single dart at a double. She has been utterly dominant a game and a half into her tournament, and she is looking well on course to reach the semi-finals. 4 times she's been here previously, and she's got to that stage 3 of them. The only time she didn't, she lost in the first round to Dieter Hedman. But Dieter is going to have to pick up her game here if she is to get back to the semi-final stage. It's just been so much in control from Rianne O'Sullivan. She's really asserted herself, Scott.
Yeah, very much so. And when she hit that 77 in the first leg, you know, she didn't have the darts. She stole the darts with that. I say stole the darts. She earned it. She didn't steal it. It was her leg, and that then settles you down. It gives you confidence, and the apprehension, the tightness in your arm starts to disappear. You start believing in your head that it's your day because everything's going your way. And, you know, fair play to her. She then did the same with the 68 shot, the second leg. And then it was going to be an uphill battle for Dieter to get anywhere near that set, to be fair.
First few darts may tell us a lot about what Dieter is thinking. She's thinking of mounting a comeback. Not a player who is prone to giving up. You don't win as many titles as she does with that mindset.
And she'd have been in this situation many, many times before, where somebody's came out and absolutely sort of blasted her away. And then you start saying to yourself, well, you're going to have to keep that up because I'm coming with you now, and I'm going to stay with you. And that has to be your attitude with it. You have to say, well, okay, you can continue to play like this, but I'm going to come and try and push you close. And that looks like how
95.
Dieter has started this leg and trying to steal it back off of Rianne, because obviously she has the darts in this set.
$44. 60. 83.
Much better from Dieter. First to a finish against the throw.
This is brilliant from O'Sullivan.
130.
Brilliant response.
Dieter, you require 151.
Just like she's saying, go on then, Dieter. You can have this leg, but you're going to have to hit the 151.
$97. Rian, you require 56.
It's tops for Rian O'Sullivan.
36.
It is a rare slip.
Dieter, you
And
require
a massive
54.
chance here for Hedman. Massive chance. If she's to get back into this game, you feel this has to go.
Same target. And Dieter nails it. She is back in this game. And Rian O'Sullivan finally feels some resistance.
Throw first. Game on.
Good crowd in this afternoon. Probably the biggest afternoon crowd we've had this week.
And the crowds are only going to get bigger as the weekend goes on.
100.
Tomorrow evening, I've been told, is a proper sellout. And there are very limited tickets remaining for Sunday's finals night.
100.
Which is good in itself. It's a new time of year for people to get used to. Everybody's been used to us being here in January, and so a good time, good start.
139.
Come 139. Peaky Blinders approve.
60.
Perhaps she got told by order of the Peaky Blinders to get on with it.
You wouldn't say no to that.
$60. 41. 82.
Switches to leave herself a more favourable 120 finish.
140.
Rian O'Sullivan is perched on Dieter's shoulder.
Right when Dieter walked back and thought, I've got a bit of breathing room here. No way. Rian Sullivan straight back in with 140.
$100. Rian, you require 160.
Here we go. Oh, not to be. Through the second one a bit quick, did our Rian then.
Dieter, you
Hedman
require
then,
20.
double 10. Let's go 2 up in this set, the second set.
That offers no guidance.
15.
And it's a big missed chance for Dieter, because Rian at this level is a punisher.
To the second leg.
77, 68, 70 and 78. 4 checkouts taken with 5 at double.
Game on.
Phenomenal.
And that does hurt, because you've done all the hard work to get yourself 3 darts at the double. And when you miss and
100.
your opponent just jumps in like that, it really is a dagger. to the heart, that one.
$100.
It hasn't stopped Dita scoring. Now here goes Rianne. It's the confidence that it gives Rianne on a shot like that. That's the thing. It's the confidence it gives your opponent. And they do a nice steal like that one, because that one had Dita's name written all over it. That last leg, but not to beat. Now it's stranger than darts. That's why we all watch it. That's why we all love it.
$60.
What a tantalising tie we could have in the semi-finals, because with all the respect in the world to Paula Murphy, Bo Greaves should come past her. And that would be a huge test for the teenager. Probably the bottom half of the draw where it looks a little bit more open. Eileen de Graaf versus Lorraine Winstanley. And four-time champion Lisa Ashton against last year's runner-up Kirsty Hutchinson.
But to be fair, in the bottom of the draw, all four ladies are fancying that half of the draw and making the final, aren't they?
Absolutely.
$100.
Brianna O'Sullivan is fancying a three-figure checkout.
100. Dita, you require 100.
Not to be this time, but almost.
$60. Rian, you require 20.
Double 10 to go within a leg of the match.
No score.
Uncharacteristic slip.
So now can Dita do back to Rianne what she did to her just a few months ago? Still needs treble 19, still on. She's going to get one dart. It's one dart to steal this leg back. What a shot. Takes it. These two trading blows, leg after leg. What a great game of darts this is.
First, game on.
Two proven winners, proving why they are at the top of women's darts. Dita's not been near her best, you'd say, but she's still averaging around 77. Rianne in the low 80s.
43.
When you've got a 77 with the darts, you can beat somebody in the low 80s if you've got the darts.
$60. 41.
The pressure in this leg is really all on Hedman because she's got the throw. And if she loses her own throw, she's then got to go and take it back off Rianne Sullivan for the next leg. So this has to be now. You know it as a player when you're putting your foot to that hockey. You know it has to be now. You don't want to take it down that last one.
100.
Good ton there from O'Sullivan, but not turned the throw right round as yet.
She's been very good in this game at picking off one big treble visits. Plenty of tons. There's our Welsh referee, Garin Roderick. Done a sterling job this week. 1/5 of our very cosmopolitan refereeing team. Got Dutchman Marco Meyer, Dane Christian Sorensen. And a couple of Englishmen in Charlie Corstefine and Nick Rolls. We'll be seeing all of them donning their lovely tuxedos.
139.
Super visit there from Headman.
60.
Throwing the pressure straight back on to Rhian O'Sullivan.
Well, a couple of minutes ago, 98 was checked out with 1 treble 19 tops.
And last time she had 3 darts at a double Dita, she messed it up a little bit and didn't read the script. So
Dita, you require 40.
Once again, Rhian O'Sullivan sat there on 76 in a menacing position.
Dita Headman has missed 3 darts for the set.
Requires 76.
And here we go again with O'Sullivan.
Game shot on the forfeit.
Absolutely brutal from Rhian O'Sullivan. A mid-range checkout masterclass.
Game on.
They always say in darts, the easiest thing to do is hit a double when your opponent has missed before you, but it's allowing the risk of the opponent having to go before you ever go.
All 4 legs in this set have gone against the throw.
100.
So who'd want the darts in the last one? I'll tell you who.
140.
Rhian O'Sullivan. Even though they've all gone against the throw, you would still take the throw in that last leg.
Yeah, it's maybe something that Dita can cling to. The fact that she's successfully broken Rhian twice already. But she can't keep relying on her opponent messing up.
22.
She's got to make inroads herself. And that 22 might prove to be the fatal blow.
85.
Could go bull with the last start, but she decides to stay up.
You feel she must hit a treble here. Otherwise, you're relying on your opponent
59.
to make mistakes, and that's going to be the way of things by the look of it.
83.
Once again, picking off 1 treble 20.
That was a big one, Dan. That is a big treble 20 in the circumstances. Headman now just must leave her a chance. She's got to stay straight here with the last.
100.
She does. She leaves a hittable 120. So
52. Dita, you require 120.
you feel that this has to go.
Disaster for Dita.
40. Rhian, you require 40.
Match darts for Rhian O'Sullivan. And she takes it first time of asking. And for the 4th time in her career, Rhian O'Sullivan is a Lakeside semi-finalist. And look what it means to her. An absolute masterclass, an exhibition, if you like, on doubling. Super performance. Disappointment for Dita, whose quest for a maiden world championship continues. But Rhian O'Sullivan is a serious contender. She has beaten Dita Headman by 2-0.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Disappointment for Dita Hardman as Rihanna O'Sullivan runs away with that game set match here in Lakeside for the 2023 CT1 WDF World Championships quarterfinals. Well, what a match for Rihanna O'Sullivan, absolutely running away with that. Dita Hardman looked like she was starting to make a comeback, but it was just all about Rihanna this morning, wasn't it? Twice
in the first 4 legs, where she had 3 darts at a double to take the leg and missed it, and Rianne jumped back in with those mid-range shots. That 78 was a big one. You heard her give it the scream, and I think that was probably the end of the game right there. Rianne knew she was going to take the set then.
And this is revenge for that Scottish Open final they had last year. Rianne, she really looks to be coming into form in terms of where she's at this point in her career. She will face now the winner of Bo Greaves or USA outsider Paula Murphy in that semi-final. It could be a very tough match ahead for her in the semis, couldn't it?
Absolutely, but I think she would have seen the draw come out. She'd have looked at the draw and thought, how far can I get in this draw? And she'd have looked at it saying, I can make the semi-finals here, and then we'll see what happens, and we'll see if Bo does her bit and makes to the other half, because that's the way that you look at it as a player. And then when you get up there and you're the underdog and Bo's the favourite maybe, or if she gets through, which is likely, but you don't know, you think that I'm the underdog and so I've got nothing to lose.
Indeed, and you saw Rianne here last year where she was in that semi-final, didn't quite make the final. How much improvement do you think you've seen from her? Is she a better overall player in 2023?
I think it's about mental improvement. It gets to the point where, yeah, you can throw the darts and you do the tons and you do the shot outs, but it's doing it in those big situations where you're really under pressure. And she started to do that more and more, and we saw it again in this game with Dita Hedman. She did that. There were moments that game could have got away from her, and she came up trumps and saved herself when she needed to. And that's what I would take into the next game as a positive.
And as you mentioned, Dita, well, she has won everything there is to win in darts except for this championship, pretty much. How will she be feeling after crashing out in the quarterfinals?
The problem is she wants it so bad. I think there's a dart playing public out there that absolutely adore Dieter, who want it so bad for her as well. And it's getting to the point where the pressure is getting so much to do it, you wonder, will she ever do it?
Okay, well, let's look ahead to our next matchup this afternoon here in Lakeside. It is, of course, the men's quarterfinals, and we have action up next with Dennis Nilsson and Wesley Plaisier. So that is Sweden against Holland for you. And Wesley, what a breakout year for him. He won the World Masters. How has he been looking to you so far this week, first of all?
Well, once you win one of the big ones, whether it be the World Masters, the World Championship, whatever, you grab a new sort of belief in your own ability. Once you start getting to the bottom end of those, you then start thinking, I can do this all the time. And Wesley has just been absolutely superb all year. Without Andy Barton's being around, I think, you know, Wesley would have been the name this week.
He is seeded 5th, Wesley. So what do you expect of this matchup? It's going to be quite tough for Dennis, isn't it?
There are two players who play totally different games. Dennis is a slow and steady. He's got a rhythm that's slow. I say slow, deliberate, because I'm a slow player, so I'll call it deliberate. I don't think I'm slow. But yes, no, and that makes it difficult to beat. If he stays his rhythm, it will take Wesley a little time to get on top of what Dennis is doing. But the way that Wesley's been playing all year, he won't worry about any of that. He knows he's got the darts to back up his thoughts. And that's the secret here. You've got to be confident coming in. And
confidence he will have after winning that World Masters. Only 33 years old. Long career ahead of him. Is this the start of a new great chapter for Wesley Plaisier?
I think so. I think that he is an outstanding dart player. There's no two ways about it. And when he's up there, he doesn't seem to think about anything, worry about anything. And for me, if you can do that as long as you can for a dart player, you're going to continue to win titles and games. So will that be enough for him to win today? Probably. I think he'll be the favourite today, without doubt. But how does he handle being that favourite?
Exciting times ahead for Wesley Plaisier. Can he continue his breakthrough run of the last few months as he takes on Sweden's Dennis Nilsson after the break?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the men's quarterfinals here at the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship, played over the best of 7 sets. And we welcome to the stage, first of all, the former Vilnius Open and Swedish Open champion from Sweden, the strongman, Dennis Nilsson. His opponent is the reigning Antwerp Open champion, the reigning Winmore World Masters champion from the Netherlands, Wesley Pleisier.
We move over to the men's tournament for the first quarter-final. Dennis Nilsson, one of just 2 unseeded players left in the draw, alongside the New Zealander Johnny Tarter. He probably came through the tensest match of the tournament so far, at least it was in round 2, when he just about overcame James Hurrell, a last leg decider. And then it was Alexander Merckx, his latest victim, where particularly after the break, he went berserk on the doubles. It was a truly clinical display from someone who's been around darts for a long time now. He is a really good player. But Wesley Pleisier is a platinum tournament winner on the WDF circuit, a World Masters champion around about this time last year when he defeated Barry Copeland. He has made his name not just on this circuit, but on the PDC as well. Missed out on a place at the European Championship by countback, despite not even having a tour card. He has got some serious ability, and it is a real clash of the styles, because as you mentioned in punditry, Scott, Dennis Nilsson, not a slow player, a deliberate player, is going up against a speedy Dutchman. Whose pace do you think the game will drift more towards?
I think Wesley has the capabilities of playing however. I don't think it'll worry him whether Dennis is really quick or really sort of deliberate. He kind of does his own thing, Wesley, to be fair. Dennis isn't going to change anything that he's done all week, except hopefully, you know, he probably got more confidence now. He's got some games under his belt, and once you're in, you're really in the tournament now at the quarterfinal stage, and you know what you're doing and how you're playing and what your numbers are for the week, and you know that you're comfortable, or whether you were comfortable or not in the game before. So it's all about that, really. I think mindset in this position, particularly early doors, as we saw with the last game with Dieter Hedman and Rhian O'Sullivan, It's so important. Those early couple of legs are so important.
Yeah, it's a matchup between two big burly figures. They look like they'd be a handy pair of props on a rugby pitch. We know Dennis Nilsson was a former strongman back in the day. Don't think Wesley had fared too bad at that. And they're on the hockey now.
83.
A match that Pleisier would probably have welcomed looking at the draw, because Dennis does come in as an unseeded player, but he's gone about his business in a steady fashion. Got a win against Jordan Brooks in round one. Brooks played really poorly. Dennis didn't play too much better, but he was too strong for him. Then that aforementioned hurl match, he raised the average to 90.3 against Alexander Merckx, so the signs are good. There has been incremental improvement.
Yeah, nobody won the trophy in the first round with 100 average, mate. I'm telling you, it's the way to do it. Gradually progress as you go through. Improve.
$97. Wesley, you require.
So that's for a breaker throw then. Pleisier, double top.
Just underneath. And that's exactly what he does. A breaker throw for Wesley Pleisier in the very first leg.
14 dart leg as well. Lovely to settle you down.
Yeah, one thing he has proven in his couple of games so far is that he does have gears he can go through. He's put under pressure by Rhys Colley first up, the British Open champion, but the last two sets saw Wesley run off into the distance.
100.
And he wasn't put under enough pressure by James Richardson in a straight sets win.
Thing we're going now out to best of 7 sets is that you don't have to panic if you lose that first set. There's no panic needed. You've just got to hold yourself together.
Well, the scoring was very good from Dennis Nilsson in his previous match and doesn't seem to have deserted him.
It's Friday afternoon crowd here at the Lakeside. Appreciate that. 180. It was all the cards were up. Brilliant stuff.
100.
Yeah, it's Nick Rolls, the man on the mic, the big boss man of the WDF. And all the team have done an absolutely wonderful job this week. Made this tournament very, very special.
Dennis, you require 121.
He wanted this last time. And he's going to get a shot at double 18.
Game shot.
Break straight back from Dennis Nilsson. What a response.
Third leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Indeed it was. And that settles you down as well. This Pleisier didn't have anything to think about. He has now.
100.
The extension of the format means that there are going to be 2 breaks in this match after the second set and after the fourth.
100.
The time of the tournament when players' stamina as well as their ability is tested.
Well, some of the older viewers and old men like me will remember that obviously the last 16 used to be best of 7 sets back in the day when there was only 32 players qualified.
140.
Nowadays it's more global, far more global, and we can see by what's left in the last 8 here. Unusual for there not to be an Englishman.
Yeah, Martin Turner, the last Englishman to fall, losing out to the proud Ulsterman Neil Duff, looking to win the tournament 2 years in a row.
125.
Nice visit there from Pleisier. Well, he's definitely turned the throw round now with that big score. Nilsson really needs that treble 20.
85.
Oh, nicely done.
Wesley, you require 136.
Wrong side of the wire.
Lateral drift there for Plaisir.
77.
Bit like that as well. Breaks the fourth wall, gives the camera a look.
Wesley, you require 59.
So it'll be regulation 19 for double top here. No other real way to do it.
49.
And that big shot from Dennis Nielsen has that made
66.
Plaisir think a little bit when he got to the double there. So 66 for Nielsen. Should get one now. Tops it is.
46.
So Plaisir will tidy up now, you would think.
Wesley, you require 10.
And he's got the option to split. May choose 2-4-4, but I think he's going straight for it.
5.
He'll be wishing he had split now.
Dennis, you require
He will indeed.
20.
This is the longest leg of the match so far, but surely he'll get put to bed here. Yes, it does.
Good shot. And a third leg, Dennis Nielsen. Fourth leg.
That's his trademark celebration. Just turns to his side and gives something or someone a glance.
85.
It's a bit of a strong man thing, I think. I think he probably used to do that when he was picking up those big boulders and putting them on the top of those beer barrels, and back in his days as a strongest man, where he finished second in Sweden.
60.
Sweden's strongest man back in 2002.
I wouldn't like to be on the receiving end of one of those glances.
I always say, hello, how are you, sir, to him. It's just the safest way.
But I am reliably informed by our social media man inside the WDF podcaster, Andrew Sinclair, that he is a gentle giant, a lovely guy.
100.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. He's been a friend of mine for a long, long time now. Been travelling to Sweden many years, and he's always there.
140.
The crowd wanted it filled up. Well, a 140 will do. Never played each other before of Dennis and Wesley. Dennis tends to concentrate most of his darts in Scandinavia. Certainly got the ability to go further afield.
100. Wesley, you require 100.
Yeah, he definitely has, and he's had that for a long time now.
60.
Like we say, Wesley Plaisir has had one hell of a year. Last time he played me, it was over one leg in a World Cup team final.
96. Wesley, you require 72.
Tops for 2-all.
Game shot.
That's better.
And that's pretty much what he did to me in that team final. We were on the last leg.
Fifth leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
8-7 to the Dutch, 9 being the win. And he had the throw and turned me over nice and comfortably. And it just shows how far he's come in a year since winning that World Masters title this time last year.
$125.
Superb last start there from Dennis.
Winner of this game could face either the #1 seed, Andy Bartons, who's dominated this circuit all year, or the perhaps unfancied Johnny Tarter in that match.
21.
Disaster for Dennis Nielsen there. That was in the treble 20 and out and on the floor. Just at the wrong time. Plaisir is not going to let that up.
100.
Although it was only a ton, it's got him back in the leg, and this is such a vital leg. Dennis just over holding on to him at the minute, dragging that one down, but a lovely recovery with those two. Big darts here in the first set. And he's coming straight back at him. Is it a 180? It is indeed.
First 180 to put the pressure on Dennis Nielsen.
Big dart. Oh,
But Dennis Nielsen responds.
Man. The big man takes it. What a dart that was. What a 100 shot under massive amounts of pressure. And he's pleased about that, and quite rightly so. So would I have been.
140.
Dennis Nielsen has always done the right things at the right time in this tournament. I go back to that clash with James Hurrell in the penultimate leg. Hurrell had just hit a 180. Nielsen then takes out 1-2-1 on the bull and goes on to win the last leg.
Timing in darts is everything.
100.
Yep, you don't necessarily need to be the flashiest player. You don't necessarily need to hit the most 180s. You hit the right shots at the right time, you're going to win a lot of matches. And that's what Dennis has made a career out of doing.
This stage of the competition is about which player can break the other player's heart. Whose heart can stay in the longest.
Wesley, you require 161.
He must not go away.
Treble 17 is the shot.
87.
Fairly comfortable leg so far for Wesley. Not so much now.
Yeah, here comes Dennis Nielsen.
Steps across.
He's a little too close for tops for comfort, that one.
34.
More of a blocker than a help.
Dennis, you require 160.
Needed to be an inch or two down on that.
Double 18.
98.
Oh, that was a big moment.
Wesley, you require 40.
Wesley gets another chance, and this time he won't have a dart in the way.
Game shot.
And because of that, he puts it straight in. It's always a difficult shot to approach, is 60 with two darts in hand, because if you go too high, it blocks the tops. If you go too low, you run the risk of busting. So you've got to be, it's one of the most difficult shots in that range, you'd say, particularly if your darts stand up.
Absolutely, and we've got players throwing what is called the flatty, where they hold the dart in a different place. You hold the dart right at the front, so that dart goes in the single 20 flat. Owen Bates is doing it at the moment. I think Daryl Gurney's been doing it for a while. There's a few players that are throwing the flatty, and that leaves the double top bed sort of wide open. But I wouldn't advise you to go and try that in a league match tonight down the dog and duck. It's something you have to practice, because the dart does react so differently by holding the dart right at the very front.
Yeah, I believe it is Daryl Gurney who, we can say, trademarked it, and a lot of players are looking to follow. But you know, if you're changing the way you grip the dart, it's unnatural. So you've got to practice, and practice makes perfect.
93.
And they are pretty long darts that Wesley uses as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, which says, come on, I'm going to stick up in the air. That's the way, and very front heavy as well. So its natural arc in the air will be the angle it arrives at the board.
Dennis, you require 110.
So he missed 116 with one dart in his hand with the last. Now he's missed 110. How different would this set look if Nielsen would have hit those two doubles? But now it's Plazier's chance. 156. Oh, the first one's nice. Second one a bit adrift again.
82. Dennis, you require 32.
Double 16 for Dennis. And this one goes in.
Yeah, nicely done. Used the first dart perfectly there. Lovely position first dart. Used it to his advantage. Levels the setup.
180.
There'll be no worries here from Dennis. It's on the Plazier throw. It's when they start at 180s on your throw.
100.
It's when the alarm bells start ringing. And also a 180, most players will tell you, and pundits will tell you, 180 is only as good as what you back it up with as well.
Yep. Trebles for show, doubles for dough. Oh. We'll get that old adage out of the way early on.
I was going to say some old fella that was, wasn't it? From back in the day.
134.
Can he break his back in this venue? I think jumping off the hockey or something will win a game. Hope you're watching, Bobby. I know that our Uncle Bo, as I call him.
60.
Hope you're enjoying the darts, mate.
106.
If he was here, he'd be saying, may the darts be with you.
$74.
The dart's not quite with Wesley there, but it's a long way in front of Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis will just be throwing a couple of darts here and
100.
just getting himself ready for the next leg, really.
32.
A couple of sighters. I know that sounds really daft, but that's how we think.
Game shot and the third.
And Wesley Plazier wins a leg in this match for the first time, not on tops.
Dennis to throw first.
Double 16 is desired double this time.
$140.
Tidy start there from Nielsen.
140.
It's been quietly an excellent standard so far. Both players mid-90s averages.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's not a lot of peacockery going on at the minute. It's just a genuine game of darts. Two fellas having a good go at it.
Highest average we've seen in the tournament still belongs to Andy Barton's. His 3-0 whitewash of Sebastian Białecki in round 2. And then he averaged the same, just a few percentage points lower against Gary Stone. That was a classic encounter.
100.
Yeah, it really was. Gary Stone didn't do a lot wrong in that game. He'll feel that he did a lot wrong, but he didn't.
101. Dennis, you require 161.
Just needs to lay up. Might look at the ball to leave a two-darter.
46.
What he did do, but it's an unfortunate slip.
$84. Dennis, you require 115.
Treble 19 leaves double 19. Dennis just checking.
77. Wesley, you require 132.
This would be a big shot for the set. He's off now. Oh, that's needed to be straighter.
52. Dennis, you require 38.
He's choosing to split for double 16.
He was successful with his second dart on this last time out.
Game shot.
Successful with the second dart as well.
Dennis Nielsen. Fifth leg, it's Wesley to throw.
Same equation.
Game on.
And now Wesley has to hold, otherwise he faces a two-set deficit going into the first break.
60.
This is when the nerves are jangling here. Particularly with him being one set down as well. Dennis will be thinking, just score.
100.
Don't worry about the end of the leg, just score for the first three darts. Break the game down.
Well, this is unfamiliar for Wesley as well, because he's not been behind at any point in this tournament.
101.
Reece Colley took a set off him to level the game up at 1-all, but then Wesley cleaned up and it was a straight sets win against James Richardson.
Here we go. Dennis Nielsen here.
140.
Good start, ton of 140 against the throw. Plays, you has to come back with something here.
100.
Well, when a ton's not enough, you know your opponent's throwing well. And again, the old T word.
140.
Doesn't fill it, but it's great timing.
That ton means that Placer stays in touch.
Treble 17. Bullseye for a two-set lead.
I think he's going to... Oh,
96.
I looked at him there and I thought for a split second he was going to 10 that up.
140.
He looked at the 10, he didn't look at the bullseye, he looked at the 10. And then we went off his eyes. Good stuff from the spotter there.
It would have been a risky move.
100. Dennis, you require 25.
So, double 8 for a two-set lead. And he hits it.
Second set.
He is
Dennis
confidently going around his business here, Dennis Nielsen.
Dennis Nielsen looking like a man on a mission, wanting to get to his first World Championship semi-final, and he's got off to the perfect start as well. Wesley Plaisier has got some thinking to do. He has got to try and recover this deficit. Dennis Nielsen leads 2-0.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmore, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
2 sets up for Dennis Nilsson against the number 5 seed and the World Masters champion Wesley Plaisier. Not the result we expected so far from Wesley. Is it just Dennis's day today, or is something going wrong for Wesley this afternoon?
I think Dennis has put that steady game out there that he put out there all week, and he's saying, come and get me, and you've got to go above that standard to get him. Lovely breaker throw in that last set to take the set. 2-0 up, he looks very calm and very composed.
Indeed. It was a very competitive first set, wasn't it? Dennis taking that one. We have seen a number of 180s from Wesley, but Dennis seems to find a comeback every time. What do you make of his abilities that we've seen from Dennis so far today?
We're seeing the cool, calm, collected Dennis that all of us know that he is. He will not get flustered up there. You've got to go and beat him. If you're going to beat him, you've got to go and outplay him, because he's going to do what he does all day. He's going to hope he doesn't drop off, because it's so good, and his confidence must be sky high.
Indeed. This is unfamiliar territory for Wesley in terms of his form this week, and obviously the breakthrough year we have also seen from him. What do you want to see from Wesley now to hopefully have a chance of coming back?
Well, I think Wesley's taken too much attention to what Dennis is doing in this match. He's not expected Dennis to come out and play like he has. So now he's got to forget all that, Wesley. He's got to forget it and start playing his darts and backing up those 180s with big scores.
And in terms of the quality of the match so far, we're seeing 90s averages. Is it a great quality match? What are your thoughts on the way that they're both playing?
Yeah, they're both playing great for a quarter-final. Neither of them look nervous, and there'll be better averages for them at the end of the day.
We were hearing a lot from the commentary about their different styles, the way they hold the darts. How much difference do you think that can make?
In a game, it doesn't matter. By the time you get here, it doesn't matter. You just want to make sure you hold your dart correctly to make you play. You're not worried about what the other guy's doing. You just get on and do your thing. Both look really comfortable. I think there's a long way to go in this match. You do? Do you think Wesley has a chance of making a comeback? And what are you looking to see from him? I would expect, with what he's done all year, I don't expect him to go away quietly. He's not that sort of character. He's a quietly confident character, the same as Dennis. But we'll see what happens in the next 2 sets. Okay, and of course, Wesley, he is 33. We are talking about this bright future he has ahead of him. If he doesn't make it through today, how much do you think this will set him back? It won't set him back. It will just be a learning curve, and he'll know not to do whatever he's done. You only know inside when you're up there what you've done wrong. You can't always see what a player's done wrong. They know what they've done wrong inside, and they put it right the next time they're out. Indeed, and you've been there, you've done it all. How would you be feeling if you were Dennis coming into this this next set, knowing that he is about to make his first semi-final if he holds his form? Look, I think I wouldn't be looking that far ahead. I would be breaking it down at one leg at a time and just trying to win every leg till the end of the game. I'm 2 up now. I don't want to throw safe. I want to throw and attack the board and make sure that I continue to go forward. Okay, upsets that have stood out to you in the past, because it looks like we might see an upset right now. Dennis was the underdog coming in, so yeah, we could see an upset. Okay, and in terms of Wesley just going forward, well, you know, it's been a great year for him. If you could sum it up, what's been going wrong for him so far today, how would you describe it? I just don't think he's backed up the 180s. He's had a few chances at doubles. Early doors, he missed I think one of the legs, he missed 5 or 6 darts at a double, and that was a turning point for Dennis to be able to grab a bit of momentum. Had he have not missed those, maybe Dennis wouldn't have got the momentum. We wouldn't have sat at the score now. There are always turning points in a game. There are always vital shots in a game, and you have to win those vital moments. And so far, Wesley hasn't won one of those.
Yet 5 180s we've seen from Wesley. How is it that he's still managing to lose those legs and yet pulling out shots like that?
Well, exactly what he's doing. He's pulling those shots out. He's being really clinical in the big moments. Dennis is knowing that these are turning points, and he's winning all the turning points. Will that continue? We don't know. That's the love of this game.
Well, indeed it is a really exciting quarter-final here. Certainly the result we didn't expect to see so far. Still a long way to go in this match, though. And what do you think overall of the crowd we're seeing? We're expecting a very full house tonight, but they're really getting behind it, aren't they?
They are. They're really getting into the game this afternoon, and it's been the biggest crowd we've had on an afternoon this week. And long may that continue, and they enjoy a great game that's up there on stage.
Okay, and then looking ahead after this, we are going to see our women's quarter-final match with Bo Greaves and the outsider from America, Paula Murphy. We know Bo Greaves, she's on incredible form. An outsider from America, Paula Murphy. Do you think she has a chance?
She's got nothing to lose. She has nothing to lose. Getting up there and being nervous about playing Bo Greaves is just you stopping yourself. As long as she doesn't do that, and I don't believe she will, I think she'll come in and be a little bit more jovial, enjoy the occasion. It's the only time to do it. Then there's a good chance she can play her best darts. If then Bo drops off of her best darts, then she has a chance. But she's going to have to play her very best game to give herself a chance.
Indeed. And America, not always the strongest in these darts tournaments. So how good it is for the USA to see someone like Paula Murphy. It's her second time at the World Championships, but her first time in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. But the way the WDF is now set up with regional qualifiers from all around the world, it's a true World Championship. So there are going to be more Americans coming over with the way that the system works now. So she's just the first of many.
Okay, indeed. Well, we definitely have a strong set of quarterfinals coming up for you today. We saw Rianne O'Sullivan winning earlier this afternoon. She'll take on the winner of that next match with Bo Greaves and Paula Murphy from America. We'll be coming back to the match shortly here on the men's side with Dennis Nilsson from Sweden and of course over from The Hague flying the flag for Holland, Wesley Plazier, but he's got some catching up to do, hasn't he?
He's got to come out now flying from this break. He has to hit big scores and get legs early in this set if he stands a chance of getting back into this game.
Okay, well overall in these championships we are expecting a full house here at Lakeside tonight and certainly tomorrow for the semi-finals and that final on Sunday. It's so great here when the house is full and the atmosphere, we get the crowd behind. We're going to see the crowd behind Bo Greaves, aren't we? From Doncaster, flying that flag for England, the future of darts it looks like for this country, and as a reigning world champion, the crowd's going to be absolutely roaring for her in that next match, aren't they?
They're all waiting to see her. You know, everybody's talked about her, everybody knows about her on the internet. Everyone wants to see her throw live, and she is just superb to watch, and that's why they're all in this afternoon, that's for sure.
And only 19 years old. Can you believe a teenager like her going for her second world title? But it says a lot about this tournament that she's chosen to come back here and compete in the WDF again, doesn't it?
I think a lot of it is to do with her age. I think she feels that she can achieve other things later in her career. At the moment, what motivates her is winning titles, and she can come here and realistically win a title. So that's why she chose here, that's why she chose the system, and who can blame that? Who doesn't want to be a world champion?
And what do you think is the future for her if she does continue to take another title this year here in Lakeside?
Well, I think the future is whatever she wants to make it. I think by deciding to come here, it shows that although she's only 19, she's going to do it the way she wants to do it, and nobody's going to tell her what to do.
Indeed. Well, it's definitely an exciting few days ahead. We are here on day 7 in Lakeside, the spiritual home of darts for the 2023 CT1 WDF World Championships. We have 3 reigning world champions here back in the tournament quarter-finals. Neil Duff, well, people are saying he's not quite on the form that he was this time last year. What do you make of his run so far this week?
I thought he's been superb. He's had moments that could have changed the game. I was here on Tuesday night when he hit a 105 and he turned that game on its head, and he did exactly the same last night with Martin Turner. So look, he knows he's in good form. I spoke to him earlier. He's feeling good. Who's going to doubt that? He always tells you what he's feeling, and he's feeling good. Then he's a danger to everybody else.
And I understand his winning medicine last year was using a certain hypnotherapist that you've also worked with. Tell us a little bit about that. And is he using the same guy this year?
I think so, yeah. Stephen McKibben over in Ireland. I had a phase here where I couldn't get through the first round, and it was time to try and find. It wasn't ability, it wasn't anything. It was something between my ears that was stopping me, and I've had much success with Stephen, and you know, I owe him a lot, and I'm sure now Neil feels the same because he's gone to the same guy and achieved what I achieved with him.
Well, if he wins again this year, and also with that same hypnotherapist, you might expect to see some of the other players going to the same guy, using the same approach.
Well, I hope Stephen's watching and he'll give me some commission if he does, because yeah, he'll owe me and Duff a few quid.
Do you miss it, Scott? Do you miss being out there?
Absolutely, you know, I was lucky enough to get a throw on Saturday before the doors opened, and just had a little throw up there to test the lighting, and yeah, the memories come flooding back. I kind of welled up. You forget all the bad times here when you've had one good time.
Okay, well, it is time to go down to the remainder of that quarterfinals match with Dennis Nilsson from Sweden and Wesley Plaisier, who is 2 sets down in this quarterfinals.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, slightly extended break there because there was a bit of an issue with the scoring system, but I believe those problems have now been rectified. Wesley Plaisier has not had to do anything like this in this tournament. Come back from 2 sets down. Dennis Nilsson, superb work, particularly in the last leg to break the throw. A checkout of 25 now puts him in pole position to go on and win this match and become a World Championship semi-finalist. Wesley Plaisier has won plenty of big titles before. This would be the biggest of his career, and we are about to get back underway. Scott, that was a longer break for the players than we expected because of the scoreboard glitches. How much do you think that will have affected both players, particularly Dennis, now that he's really been taken out of his rhythm?
Well, they would have preferred not to have been back out on stage so quickly. So we were unaware there. We were told there was an issue, but we didn't know what that was. So he would not have wanted. Neither would have wanted. I mean, at the end of the day, Dennis wouldn't have wanted the break anyway. At 2-0, he'd have wanted to continue and keep his momentum. And sometimes a longer break like that can upset all your momentum, and it probably did Wesley a favour. He started 180, 140, so yes, it has done him a favour.
Very controlled performance from Dennis Nilsson in the first 2 sets.
Yeah, and that's why I say he wouldn't have wanted to have gone off. You know, he would have been the underdog for this with Wesley being the number 5 seed.
145.
But what a dart that is after 9, Wesley leaving 36. So we've got a 10-darter incoming.
We haven't had one of those yet.
Wesley, you require 36.
11 is fine. Wesley makes his mark after the break.
Wesley Plaisier.
But Dennis Nilsson was there on 136.
Game on.
Was there even after such a brilliant leg. 11-dart leg for Plaisier. Dennis was still there on 136 should he have made a mistake. And that's what Dennis has needed to be thinking there.
Seeing those mid to high 90s numbers from Wesley Plaisier, and when he did win the World Masters. That's kind of what he was averaging for the duration of the tournament. It was a 97 that defeated Barry Copeland in the final this time last year.
100.
Earned a lot of ranking points from that tournament. Teed him up as the number 5 seed.
57.
I'm wondering why he's got his name backwards on his shirt.
Yeah.
Fraser Wesley. I've been looking at that now for 2 sets thinking,
100.
am I missing something maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, unless it was a printing error, which Wesley won't have been happy with, but slightly unusual. During that break, actually, I was told a very interesting fact about Dennis Nilsson, which I'll save for right now. Apparently, according to our referee, our MC, I should say, Anthony Dundas, he always plays darts with his shoelaces undone. Did you know that?
No, and I've played him loads of times, and I look at the floor, but I've never noticed whether his shoelaces are undone.
Well, he is tripping up slightly in this third set. Wesley gives it some.
Third leg is Dennis to throw first.
Dennis gave him a little stare there as he walked back.
$121.
Being big and brash can bring your opponent back into it.
140.
This is something he does. He always gives a fist pump when he does a 140 to the side, and Wesley. Can be a tendency here as a player when you're not playing your best game up there to think you're playing rubbish and stop yourself playing.
140.
But Wesley Plazier has come out the blocks exactly what I said at the break. He had to come out the blocks flying, and he did that with that 11 darter
80.
and set the tone a little bit so far for this set.
There's been a sensational burst from Plazier. And we're talking darts about some players who have got gears. Wesley Plazier played the first 2 sets in second, third gear, but so quickly he can rock it up to 6 or 7.
Absolutely, and at the break you can have a friend or a manager or somebody out there that knows you really well can tell you what you're doing differently, because when you're up there throwing, you have no idea what you're doing differently. You just know that everything's going south.
41.
And I think somebody's told Plazier in the back room that he's not throwing as quick as he usually does. He was down at Dennis's pace. We saw Dennis hit that ton for the set earlier on double 10. So that's a disappointing dart for him.
It's the worst possible dart when you have a ton left.
He just wants to now go and set this up, hit that treble 20.
35.
Not to be this time. So it's Plazier at 40 for the set.
Game shot.
Superb from Wesley Plazier. In the blink of an eye, he halves the deficit. I think by my calculations, I make that a set 1 in around about 40 darts.
First leg, it's Wesley.
Some going from the Dutchman.
Game on.
I know it was over quick.
The break has done him the power of good.
84.
And if this is how Wesley Plazier responds to having breaks, then Dennis Nilsson might refuse to walk off after this set.
81.
Dennis has slightly lost his composure here with that set. Needs to get back to where he was, calm himself down. He's still 2-1 ahead. It's easier to think that you're behind.
134.
Because the only way I know how to stop an opponent doing anything is to hit them red bits more than he is. And that's what we saw from the first 2 sets. That's the Dennis we saw then.
Wesley is piling them in.
140.
As is Dennis.
Wesley require 143.
Terrific getting this.
This is a big point in the game here.
No question that Wesley Plowsier fancied taking out 143. He's playing well enough. He's looking fluent enough. As you mentioned, Scott, he is throwing quicker.
Yeah, he's definitely throwing quicker. He was throwing more at Dennis's pace.
120.
He won't worry about that. Double 10's been his friend so far today, Dennis Nielsen, but will he get back? That's the question. Visibly slower again.
Game shot in the first leg.
Visibly accurate on double 10.
Second leg is Dennis.
It's 4 legs in a row, and notably, Dennis Nelson's not had a dart at double in any of them. He's been walloped in the scoring phase.
100.
Dennis has made a mistake. I say this is harsh, but he's had a non-treble visit once in every leg so far, and that's what's costing him. That's all it is. Only because his opponent isn't missing. And there we go. There's that mistake again. Whereas in those first 2 sets,
120.
they were both straight, but that's a hell of a recovery from that position. He's still in this. He's got to take no notice of what Wesley's doing.
140.
Some Christmas attire.
This would be the ideal early Christmas present for whoever wins this title.
140.
Cool 50 grand to go in the bank.
You'd find somewhere sunny to go with it, wouldn't you?
57. Dennis, you require 136.
I went to the local tractor dealer with mine.
And how much of it did you spend?
Too much. I've still got the tractor.
95.
And it's worked out quite well. When I'm
Dennis, you require
being a farmer, it's handy having a tractor. Is that going to stay there if he hits the board? It is in there shakily. The treble 19, could it fall out here?
57.
Not to be, so plays yet.
Wesley, you require 1.
It's a go at 109.
It did look a big distraction for Dennis. I thought he was going to end up splitting. Oh, he misses the big number.
Crazy miss. Little smirk to himself.
77.
Sorts it all out.
Dennis, you require 38.
Now chooses the split.
Game shot.
Wise choice.
Absolutely. Wise choice, young Dennis.
Well, it's the second time he's done it, and it worked previously.
That'll settle him down now and stop the rot a little bit. As Wesley plays, you had started to reel off leg after leg. Yeah, this is the Dennis that was in the first 2 sets now. You can see that settled him down massively.
84.
I think plays you can play him at both paces, you know.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think he's better when he does go rat-tat-tat at that really quick pace that he does operate in. His game doesn't drop too much when he has to be a bit more methodical.
95.
But you'd say it's just enough to bring him back into Dennis's range, doesn't it? That dart is not helping Dennis at all. You create yourself a problem when you're doing that. He's been getting away with it and getting 140s round the side of it and everything. But long term, over these long sets, that's the dart you want right there, like plays here. That first one on the top wire.
99.
You're just causing a problem for yourself that shouldn't and doesn't need to be there. That's a better dart altogether.
100.
You'll be disappointed with that. I think every player, once you hit a treble 20 with the first dart and you've got 2 darts still in your hand and you only hit 100, it's a little disappointing.
60 left, so big single 20.
Dennis, you require
He should
161.
return to the board, and will. Once again, it's the dart that's dipping underneath the treble.
81 left here. You can go treble 15 or treble 19, I think he generally goes. No, treble 15 this time.
125.
Classy setup, but it might not make any difference.
Again, big moments.
Chasers round the board, and chasers well.
Wesley Plazier.
That's relief from Plazier, that is. That's relief. It's not for a set, it's not for anything. That's more relief that you hit that double 5 with the last dart, because he knew how important that was to hold his throw there.
And now that particular task is shifted over to Dennis. Has to hold, otherwise it is 2 sets for Wesley to respond to the 2 sets from the Swede.
57.
I always say, when you give it that big un, you use a lot of energy. And then when you come back to the board, 9 times out of 10, you don't score after it with your first throw. And that's exactly what happened there
100.
with 57 for Plazier. And there you go, he's come up trebleless again now. That's 2 throws after the big, large bananas. And Dennis just carries on his way.
140.
After the big, large bananas, I think I'll have to use that in future.
Well, he give it the big one, didn't he? The big, large bananas. He's finally hit one now. Oh, Jackie's found a friend in the crowd. That hat that Jackie had on, he lost it a few years ago on his way here. He left it on the train. And a day later, it found its way back here after an appeal on Facebook. Would that happen to your eye, Dan? Would we ever find our hat? Would we ever?
I don't think I'd wear a hat like that, so
well,
no problem would happen.
Not the question I asked, but thanks very much. Chuck me under the bus. But yes, that is how iconic a fan Jackie is. Everybody knows him.
Game shot.
Once again, very clinical from Nielsen.
5th leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Nicole Renault.
Nicole Renault sat in the crowd.
She was amazing against Eileen de Graaf. Really unfortunate to lose.
Yeah, it went all the way, didn't it? One of the shining lights of this tournament in the ladies, I think.
100.
And it is Eileen who came through. Another Dutch. Getting some extra screen time there. Eileen
Could
faces.
be looking back at this moment with her, you know, saying a star was born in 2023 at Lakeside.
Plenty of potential big stories.
80.
You don't want that in the last leg of a set. It starts to play on your mind. It starts to tell you that it's not your day. It starts to tell you your luck's not in for this leg. And then your opponent does this.
180.
The ultimate act of kicking a man when he's down.
Keeping your foot on his throat, absolutely.
100.
It's good recovery there. He's just the 50 behind, but if that treble 20 had stayed, even a single 20, he'd be right there. Oh, now. So it's a dart apiece now has gone. Can Dennis make this up here?
The old Robin Hood trick.
The archer is saying yes, fill it up. They're all sat there. Go on, boy.
180.
They were just begging, come and get me, wasn't it?
So inviting. Treble 18. Double 16 for Wesley Plaisier.
This is class.
71.
Whether he hit it or not, to give himself the chance after that 180 shows his class. Now this has to go, surely he's got to go 9. 32 has been his friend so far this whole match. And it is again, that is a super finish that. I can't explain to you how difficult that finish is. Dennis Nilsson heads into the break. 3-1, he's going nowhere, he's telling everybody.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th to the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Welcome back to Lakeside. Dennis Nilsson, 3-1 over Wesley Plaisier here at the 2023 quarter-finals of the World Championships. Well, Scott, Wesley did exactly what you said he would do. He came back fast after that break, but then what happened?
Well, he even threw fast. He got into a pace where he wasn't even thinking, and he absolutely blinked that, setting around 40 darts, which is just brilliant darts. Then he started to slow down again. In the last set, his throw slowed down a little bit. He lost his rhythm. He dropped back into Dennis's rhythm, and Dennis lapped that up. And what a big leg that was, that last leg. He had a bounce out in that last leg of the set there to take the fourth set. And he could have got disappointed, but he didn't. He carried on, hit a couple of big scores, took a lovely double 16 first start. He's back in the game more than anything at 3-1.
Indeed. What a competitive 2 sets we just witnessed. There were moments there where we thought it was going to go to 2 sets all, but as you mentioned, Dennis, he made that comeback. What would he have been thinking after Wesley came out flying following the break? How did Dennis then turn it back in his direction?
As a player, you know what's going on. You know that you're not doing a lot wrong. You're knowing that your opponent is doing an awful lot right. And you sit there and you just hope that he comes off it. You sit and hope. You don't do anything different. You just sit and hope that he doesn't continue that standard. And that's exactly what happened. He actually robbed a leg to break it in the 4th set. Wesley went off and hit 4 on the trot. And then Dennis held his throw. And then Wesley seemed to change how he threw it again.
And this is not the way we saw this match going. Wesley has been on such form this year, breakthrough form, winning that World Masters. Is there time for Wesley to turn this around?
There's always time. Whether it's set play, there's always time to turn it around.
Okay, well, let's see if Wesley can turn things around or if this is indeed Dennis's day.
It could very well be. Wesley Pleisier wanted 103. Single 17, treble 18, just wide of the double 16. And Dennis jumped all over it. The strong man who is used to lifting boulders, and felt like he was being chased by a boulder following that 3rd set from Pleisier. A quite sensational burst, winning 3 straight legs in 40 darts. It would have been easy for Dennis to lose his composure, but he stayed cool. He stuck to the task at hand. And checkouts of 38, 51 and 41. The second 2 taken in 1 dart. And he is now 1 set away from a maiden World Championship semi-final. A man who wasn't really spoken about as a potential winner before the tournament started. Might just be about to prove everyone wrong. And Wesley Pleisier is going to have to produce form like he did in that 3rd set if he is to come back in this match. But the word gears has already been mentioned in regard to Wesley Pleisier. Very, very capable of coming back, but 3 straight sets is still an awful lot to ask against an experienced competitor like Dennis.
Yeah, it is, but with set play, you know, it's very easy to do that. You've just got to look at it at 1 set at a time. We've seen many big comebacks from here over the Lakeside years. And it just, I don't know what happens. You've just got to break. You've got to break the game down and take it to 1 set at a time and 1 leg at a time. And the biggest problem that Wesley has is that he doesn't have to throw in this set. So this is the biggest one. He has to break this one. But obviously he's feeling as low as ditch water in the month of June at the moment, being 3-1 down at the break. He's got everything to think about what's going wrong as he's gone back in there. He had nothing positive to think about. Whereas Dennis had everything positive to think about. It was another 3-2 set in his favour.
56.
Another set where he broke the Pleisier throw in the last leg as well. That's the important 2 big moments in the game. Blake of the Pleisier throw. And now he feels like he's in his comfort zone, I believe.
Yeah, he's in his pomp. As the match looks like it's drawing soon to a conclusion. That is, unless we see better darts from Wesley Pleisier, who had nothing positive to think about going into the break. And it doesn't seem like he's got anything positive to think about after it.
40.
Dennis can't think about the finishing line just yet. You must not even let that cross your mind. The minute you start thinking about the finishing line, it gets ever so much harder to get there.
5th 180 of the match for Wesley. I think Wesley's problem is that, in general, the match has been feast or famine, while Dennis has had a very consistent level throughout.
Yeah, he has, and like I say, when Wesley's gone above that level, whether it's a leg or whether it's a set, he's defeated Dennis. But Dennis has not dropped off of it. He just has not dropped off of it, and he cannot afford to drop off of it now. But at the moment, look, Dennis has been around long enough to know that he's not worried. He hasn't got the throw here. But you've got a challenge when it's not your throw. That's the biggest thing. Whether you win that throw against the leg against the darts or not, You have to be in it to challenge, to keep your opponent feeling that when you go onto your leg, you are going to win your leg. You have to keep your opponent thinking that. It's the most amazing mind game in the world, this game.
120.
What a super recovery, considering 1-1 on the floor again. But he should think good things, because last time it went on the floor, he won that leg to win the set. But Plaisier helped him out with a Robin Hood, if I remember rightly, in the same leg.
He did. Now then, double 16, and Wesley Plaisier is on the board in set number 5.
Wesley Plaisier. Third leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
All about getting in there now and opening up with a ton, or a ton 40, or a ton 80.
123.
Or a 1, 2, 3. I think he'd have been looking for more than that with those first two in the treble, but yeah.
55.
And Wesley will have been looking for a lot more than 55.
Well, he'll feel that he got away with one, with Dennis only getting 1, 2, 3, with hitting the 3 with the last dart.
140.
$200 in front. Around 100 in front for Nielsen now. He will be looking for another treble. Has to turn the corner. And needs that treble. Oh, he hits 2.
350 in 6, Wesley?
130.
Not on this occasion.
How quick did he throw those 3 in compared to what he's been doing in the last?
And how better were the results?
Exactly. I shouldn't be telling him all this, because he'll do that against me next time. That's what'll happen.
I do think Wesley has succumbed to the Nielsen rhythm of the game, though, which is something that you advised him not to do.
Well, it's so easy to do. It's so easy to get caught up in that.
Dennis Nielsen is on the brink of a lakeside semi-final.
Fourth leg, it's Wesley throwing first.
He's only needed 1 dart to check out in each of his last 4 legs. He is keeping his cool. And inside, Wesley will be feeling fire, like the colour of his bright shirt.
100.
Wesley looking very comfortable on his own throw is the menacing thing for Nielsen. But at 3-1, he's going to have to go and do a lot more of that, being comfortable on throw, to get back on level terms.
He's looking comfortable here.
100. Wesley requires 76.
Interesting hat attire there.
Lakeside's full of them.
Game shot.
And what a fantastic start.
Ruthless from Dennis Nielsen.
Throwing a little bit quicker again that time, Wesley Plaisier. Dennis has changed nothing from the start of the game to the end. That is so unlucky. 3 of those now.
I think he's probably been the unluckiest player in the whole tournament with bounce outs.
I think it's got to be the angle of entry, because obviously the spiders, which are the wires on the so it's called a blade because it obviously goes into the sizer when they're a few millimeters deep. So I think the angle that his dart hits the board is the issue for him, and that's why he gets those. What a great last dart that was. And he knows it. He knows it.
He's not letting it affect him.
Plazier could do no more than leave himself a shot there. That's exactly what he's done. 167. Here we go.
They're like two boxers knocking lumps out of each other.
Going 25. Oh, what a dart. What a dart.
Wesley, you require 167.
This would bring the house down if this went. Oh, just lateral drift again. He's going to set it up. 135, I leave in 32. He'd stay there surely.
95. Dennis, you require.
He has looked so confident on the doubles.
Yeah, it's this match-winning double. They're not easy. And you've had chances at them. Oh, what a finish. What a finish.
Dennis Nilsson, the Swedish sensation, continues to impress at Lakeside, continues to break new ground. He has broken the heart of the World Masters champion, Wesley Plazier. He is a Lakeside semi-finalist following a fabulous performance. There were brilliance in stages from Plazier, but Nilsson's consistency saw him go through. Disappointment for Big Wes, but he was outplayed by the Swedish strongman. Dennis Nilsson beats Wesley Plazier by 4-1.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
we see a first semi-final in this World Championships for Dennis Nilsson as he beats the number 5 seed Wesley Plazier. Wesley tried everything in that last set, didn't he? But he just couldn't make it happen, could he?
No, he didn't. He tried coming out quickly. He tried throwing slowly. He tried everything he could, but at 3-1 going into the break, he had more negative thoughts to think about than positive, and that was kind of the writing on the wall, I think, was that big 4th set.
And it's been such a breakthrough year for Wesley, so what do you think overall was it that just was missing for him today?
I don't know. It could have been that he expected to win the game. He was the favourite, and maybe he was blasé about the game and thought that he could walk over Dennis. Dennis stayed in that mid-90 range the whole match, and that makes you very, very difficult to beat when you won the bull-up. So, you know, fair play to Dennis. It was a great game, and I'm so chuffed for him.
Indeed. And how much confidence will Dennis take from this? Beating the number 5th seed, going in to the semi-finals. Do you think he has a chance to go all the way to the final?
Dennis is deliberate and steady, and he's got better and better and better as the rounds have gone on. He will relish that semi-final. He would have dreamed of being in a semi-final. Now he's in one right here at the home of darts, the Lakeside. It doesn't get better than that.
Indeed, and it is a shame to see Wesley crash out like that, but it makes this tournament exciting, doesn't it? That's what sport is all about, seeing those upsets, seeing those results we don't expect. It was a very competitive match overall, wasn't it?
Absolutely. On paper, you'd have said Wesley should win that comfortably. But we don't play on paper, we play on a dartboard. And the dartboard said different today, and you learn to accept that, and that's what Wesley's got to do.
Okay, well, an exciting quarter-finals shaping up here already at Lakeside. Let's take a look at our next match in the women's side with the favourite, the informed, the consistent bow and arrow, Bo Greaves, being taken on by an outsider, Paula Murphy. It's her 2nd time at these World Championships. She just made the last 32 last year, Paula Murphy. So she's already ahead of herself this time in the quarterfinals, but up against the number 1, Bo Greaves.
Look, they don't get better than playing the number 1 seed at the home of World Darts. She's got a hell of a task on her hands. Let's not beat around the bush. She's going to have to play her very, very best game and sustain it. Can't just do it for 2 legs. You've got to sustain it and hope that Bo drops off of hers and that she can put enough pressure on Bo for Bo to drop off of hers, but I don't see that happening.
And you mentioned pressure. How much pressure is there on Bo? Because she is in form, she is the number 1, but she's still only 19 years old. How much pressure is on those young shoulders?
Realistically, there is an awful amount because she's chosen to come here and not play in the PDC World Championship. So there's an amount of pressure by making that decision alone. But I know her as a person, and we spent a week together at a World Cup recently, and she is just so lethargic about it all. You know, she just takes everything in her stride. She doesn't worry too much. The only worry that she has is she worries that she doesn't play well.
Okay.
That's all it is. She's not worried about an opponent. She's not worried. She's just worried about herself. But then that's not very often either. And if she gets beat, she just goes, well done, and shakes your hand, and she doesn't take it any further. So, you know, she's just the perfect dart player for me, perfect mentality, and she does everything the way I think she should do it.
So is it the mentality that sets Bo Greaves apart, or what is it that makes her so special?
Her mentality is so different. She's always glass half full, never half empty. When you talk to her, she's not worried. And that will make her a great and a legend for a lot of years to come.
Okay, and Paula Murphy, tell us a little bit about what you know of her and what you think she should be doing right now to mentally compose and get the best out of herself against the world champion.
I think what she's got to do, I think she's got to try and create chances in this game. She's got to give herself chances at doubles. Bo will give you an odd chance. She will have an odd off leg. And when she does, Paula Murphy's got to jump on that. Her double hitting, Paula Murphy's been really good. I've been impressed with that this week. And she's going to have to be right on top of that to take those chances. Because if you don't take those chances, you've got to be careful. You could be steamrolling.
Okay, well, after the break, it's time to see if our reigning women's champion, Bo Greaves, can go one step further in this year's tournament as we see her take on Paula Murphy in the quarterfinals.
We return to the ladies' quarterfinals here at the CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome to the stage a former Lakeside World Championship finalist, 3 times the Scottish Open champion, the former Winmau World Masters champion from England, Lorraine Winstanley. We now welcome to the stage a former Fender Darts Masters and Winmau World Masters champion, the 4-time and reigning Dutch Open champion from the Netherlands, Eileen de Graaf.
A rather bouncier version of the Dexys Midnight Runner Classic brings Eileen de Graaf on stage to play her quarter-final against Lorraine Winstanley. Both of them have won the World Masters. Eileen de Graaf has multiple Dutch Open titles, including at the beginning of the year when she defeated Bo Greaves. That's why, according to the seedings at least, she is the best of the rest behind the Doncaster teenager. But don't rule out Lorraine Winstanley. She had quite a simple passage through to this round. She was far too strong for the Hungarian Veronika Ihash. Eileen de Graaf, as we mentioned, when she came on our camera in the previous match, was pushed very hard indeed by Nicole Renaud. A match that went to a last leg decider. 2 experienced competitors in the women's game. If you do mention the words quarter-final to Eileen, she might come out in a cold sweat because she's been beaten at this stage in each of the last 4 years. Lorraine, a previous finalist at this level. As Marco Meyer, our referee, this time Eileen will get the game underway. And Scott, one of those classic encounters where I can't pick a winner.
No, I agree. I think this is a tough one to pick, and both are very determined characters, both are very determined players, and you don't get to this level without having a little bit more about you. Quarterfinals of World Championships, you've got to be special to be here. You've got to be special to qualify in the ladies' game, the way the ladies' game is going. But yeah, I really can't call this one. There's going to be a few turning points in this game, and it's who wins those turning points, I believe.
Unfortunate for Lorraine, but that was the strong part of her game against Veronika Ihash. If she was more clinical on the doubles, the average would have been an awful lot higher than the 68 she finished with. And every time, I've got to say, every time I watch Lorraine Winstanley, I'm always transfixed by the way she throws the dart. It's such an unusual technique, but she's made it work for her. Eileen de Graaf wants to make 164 work for her, and she did go for it as well.
Yeah, she did. There was no need to go for that with Lorraine being back on 2-2-1.
Great recovery from Lorraine, but Eileen looking very strong to take this first leg. And she does in 15 darts.
Good hold of throw. Early doors for Lorraine, for Aileen, and Lorraine now will be looking to do exactly the same on her first start to a leg. And what a great 140 that is.
She did manage to keep her head against Nicole, did Eileen. Around about halfway through the match, she made the conscious decision to start legs on treble 19, utilise that part of the board more. And when you see players doing that, it can be a bit of a worry. It maybe is a sign that they're overthinking, but ultimately it just about paid off for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like
obviously Lorraine's significant other, or the bag carrier as we call him in darts, is Dean Winstanley. Obviously, we all know him from his 9-darter and running off stage out of shot at the PDC at a World Championship.
Yeah, he hit a 9-darter and then did the 1500 metres in celebration.
41.
A little bit like Dieter Hedman and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. These are
81.
two players who are very familiar with each other. Played each other 15 times before. Eileen heads it 8-7. Almost neck and neck.
It's not something you'd know the player when you were up there. I don't think either players would know that stat. I know they played each other lots and they know they've beat each other.
Double 11.
120.
Decided to stay on the treble 20. It's a favourable lie for her.
I think we've established she's going to go for the big shots no matter. Slide across the hockey and go silent.
60.
I went the wrong side.
You require 22.
So the big three now for double 4.
18.
It doesn't go, so Winstanley comes back. 4-20. There is the man in question, the bag carrier.
Yeah, that's been sold in the second half. No Winston.
He might continue to be the bag carrier if Lorraine can go on and keep winning matches.
58.
Finalist a few years ago now against Mikuru Suzuki. She lost in straight sets. She didn't really do herself justice. She is another ladies player who's
43.
been around the scene a long time, and she's not really dipped. She's always been sort of in the top 10 of the rankings.
60.
Yeah, she has, and another stalwart for England as well. She is part of the England team going to World Cups and Europe Cups, and a couple of months ago we spent a week together as a team. The ladies dominated
83.
the WDF World Cup out in Denmark. What a fantastic World Cup that was too.
Yeah, second time Lorraine's been part of the winning team. She's enjoyed loads and loads of success over the years.
Graf fairly dominant in this leg.
16. I think you require 48.
Shuffles across.
No score.
But with Winstanley back on 174, no problems just yet. No worries just yet for De Graaf. Now there's some worries. Across to the treble 18, I'd have thought. Now there's some big worries. Good pressure from Winstanley.
It's a much more careful dart at the 16s.
32.
And she misses 2 at the double.
Big chance.
40.
Big chance. Big chance converted by Lorraine Winstanley. You're starting to see the moments that change games. Not the start she was after on her own throat. Because De Graaf will try to get herself a treble visit at least, and she does that with the last dart. Had to chase around the board a little to find it. Got it in the form of a treble 17.
Last time these two faced off was in a quarter-final of a tournament. It was in the Women's Series in Hildesheim. Eileen winning by 5 legs to 2. And it's Lorraine in the ascendancy. 8 missed darts at a double already for the Dutch woman.
Bit of a scrappy visit there.
95.
Another treble 20 would leave 152. Rightfully gets a round of applause.
57. Lorraine, you require 152.
She'll just want to sneak one by that if she can. She could go across to the 18s with the treble being blocked.
58.
Nicely done.
I think you require 164.
Change of approach on 164. She went 2018 when trying it in the first leg.
94.
It seems daft when she was so successful at that direction.
.79 left.
15 scored.
.38. I think you require 81.
So 62 left, 12 for the ball.
56.
Oh, that was so close.
56.
So for the set then, 56 and Winstanley, 16. Double top to tidy up set 1.
21.
Oh, and now we got there.
25.
The old lateral drift. Double 4.
21.
It's a long, long way inside. And again, the doubles troubling Eileen de Graaf. Lorraine has to split this. She's probably going to go 3 double 16. Very close.
3.
And a bit further away. Dean disappointed.
Eileen, you require 4.
Really giving herself a good talking to in Dutch there.
And that's been short of the fortnight. Eileen.
She breaks back the throw. You notable onlookers there, Priscilla Steenbergen, who was defeated by Lisa Ashton last night, and a partner who's not playing this year, Tori Kewish, who made a bit of a name for herself in this tournament last year.
Yeah, fantastic ladies player in her own right.
81.
Very free-spirited on the board is Eileen in terms of just changing her mind, throwing wherever she feels comfortable in the moment.
Yeah, she's not content to sit there and wait on a certain number. If it's not working for her there, she will go off and find a treble somewhere else. I think that's more of a Dutch trait more than anything. I think most of the Dutch stars do that, and how unfortunate is that?
Well, one bounce out's bad enough, but two particularly irritating.
Marco's picking up bits all over the place there, our referee. Don't know whether he popped his button on his jacket there, I don't know. Oh dear, sorry Marco if you watch it back.
I said nothing, Marco.
66.
Marco's a dear friend of mine, has been for many a year. I think this is his 10th Lakeside.
23.
10 years coming here.
A quality referee, just like everyone who's taken to the stage.
62. $59.
Taking small nibbles out of her score is Lorraine, but she is the first to a finish.
58.
Both a little tense in this leg, and understandably so.
You just wonder how costly those two bounce outs could have been for Eileen. Where she could possibly be. Has to put it behind her.
60. Eileen, you require 164. $96. Lorraine, you require 87.
To win the first set.
Big moments in this first set. Big moments. Went for the treble, didn't she?
37. Eileen, you require 68.
Bad time to miss the big number.
52.
But Eileen's doubling has really let her down.
50.
I think that's left double 15.
It sure has.
35.
Both pretty nervous darts at a double here, these two ladies.
60.
Graf wouldn't have expected to come back.
Sloppiness from Lorraine Winstanley has cost her. Eileen de Graaf takes the first set. It was a game that started very well for both players, but too many missed darts at a double, too many missed big numbers have cost Lorraine Winstanley dear. Eileen de Graaf has probably gotten away with one. She leads by 1-0.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Welcome back to Lakeside for the quarterfinals of the 2023 WDF World Championships. We've got the right match for you now. It is, of course, Eileen de Graaf against Lorraine Winstanley. Eileen is up by 1 set, but it started out very even Stevens for both ladies. What made the difference at the end for Eileen?
It's a really tense first set for me. Both girls have played each other 15 times this year in the past. One is 8-7 up. I'm sure they're not aware of the stats, but they're very nervous of each other. It's a very nervous first set. I didn't expect that from two such experienced players. And what showed in the end was the fact that going for those doubles, they were a mile away towards the end of that set.
Indeed, as you mentioned, it did look very tense, and it was very even between them, with Eileen just running away with it at the end there. Now look, Lorraine made the semi-finals in this tournament last year. She lost to Bo Greaves in those semi-finals. I'm sure she'll be wanting to go one better this year. So what do you want to see from Lorraine in this next set to try to make a comeback?
Well, she didn't have the darts in the first set. That's what I'd be convincing myself in the back room. I have the darts now, and I can hold this set. She needs to get off with a good start, hold her throw, and that'll give her confidence, and she'll forget about what happened at the end of the last set.
How much difference did that make, not having the darts, as you say, and that the confidence side of things?
If the guys are going out 15, 18 darts, or the girls going out 18 darts, if you've not got the darts, you're sat there on 15 darts and your opponent's going out with 18 darts. So it's a massive advantage. You should get 3 more darts at the double if you're very even. So it's just one of those things. It didn't go right. She had 50 left in that last set, in that last leg, and she hit a double 10. Then sort of didn't recover. The darts at double 15 were a bit nervy, and Aileen was fortunate to get back.
Well, look, a very competitive opening set. It's the number 2 seed, Eileen de Graaf, against the number 7, Lorraine Winstanley. We'll send you back to the match.
Thank you, Joe. Eileen de Graaf started that first set rapidly. A 15-darter, narrowly missing the bullseye for a 164 checkout, which would have equalled the tournament record for a female player. That was set by Veronica Ehash last year, and she faced Bo Greaves. But the quality did dip a little bit, and that was largely in part to some sloppiness on the outer ring and a few missed big numbers as well, particularly for Lorraine Winstanley, who was sat on 87. She needed a single 20 for a go at the bull, missed it to the left, and the leg ended up getting away from her. Her scoring has been pretty handy, though, and that is something that she can cling on to. That is something that has made her a dangerous player over the years. Plenty of ton 40s, 2 treble visits for Lorraine Winstanley. Eileen de Graaf
second set,
is still in front, though, and
game on.
As the second set gets underway, it is Eileen who has the advantage, but Lorraine with the first throw. And I think she'll really rue those particularly missed big numbers, Scott.
40.
Yeah, she will, but like I said, the thing that she has to do to try and not let it get to her is tell herself out in that back room that she didn't have the darts that set anyway. So if it had been even Steven all the way through, which it pretty much was, it's always hard to give up a leg on a mistake and make life easier for your opponent.
43.
But that's happened. You've got to get rid of that. You can only dictate what happens, what's about to happen, basically.
Takes a step back after that second dart.
28.
Goes too far the other side. Very modern way to start with 268. She'll go for the pull now.
26.
And she pins it to leave a finish that she's already teased.
Yes, she did indeed. And
81. I think you require 142.
She's effectively got 6 darts from here, and she's going to need them.
67.
Nice recovery there with the last dart.
Lorraine probably needs 2 trebles to really force the pressure. It's okay. Gives her half a chance. But Eileen shuts the door straight in her face. And even though Eileen's got the advantage, that'll make her feel better in part, because it's 1 dart at a double and she's taken it first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that tends to happen when you're a setup and you have that little buffer. Don't ask me why, but it just does. The treble 20 comes like a house brick.
Who's that?
No idea. Never seen her. She looked like she'd be a good dart player, though, I reckon.
95.
Potential world champion.
Already, eh? Lorraine does lots of sterling work with target up and down the country at youth academies.
Yeah, it's safe to say her impact on darts is not just on the hockey. Real good ambassador for the sport.
Yeah, not at all. She's out there doing bits and pieces with youth academies up and down the country. Out there looking for the next Bo Greaves, possibly.
60.
Or Luke Littler.
Eileen's really stepped on the gas since the break. Even though we are at the quarter-final stage, it is still a cutthroat, short match. Rejected the chance to go for the bullseye. Very un-Eileen-like.
But really no need.
100. Eileen, you require 32.
Dean approves. He'll approve of that.
Lorraine, you require 140.
I think it's fair to say that Lorraine hasn't really recovered from that mistake at the end of set 1.
That would have signalled a recovery. So frustrating, particularly when the first start's lying so well.
It's a lovely setup, but will she get back? The answer is no.
Eileen de Vrouw. Third is Lorraine through first. Team on.
Lorraine Winstanley has to win 3 straight legs in order to prolong this match to a third set.
Can't look that far ahead, mate. You've just got to win 1 leg at a time.
16.
The scoring power she had in set 1 has vanished a little bit. Darts are going straight, but there are a lot of 60s in there.
Nice pick up there, down on the 19s.
98.
Not going down without a fight here. Lorraine, she never does.
108.
Could have been you, Nicole.
Last score was 118.
Did Lorraine just correct Marco then?
I think either that or our scorers didn't quite punch it in correctly, one or the other.
41.
All our staff here at the Lakeside do a superb job to make these games happen. The easy bit is we can get up there and throw, ironically.
77.
Yeah, I've got to give a word to Tavis and Dave Dudney, who've been doing the scores. They've been there for every game virtually. They've not missed a beat.
If Lorraine Winstanley here wasn't getting any bad luck, she wouldn't be getting any luck at all.
113.
Treble 19, yeah, just next door. Sorry, mate, didn't mean to speak over you. You're the main man.
49.
I think the viewers will be grateful if someone speaks over me. I've been here quite a lot this week.
I've been listening to you from home, mate. I think you're great. I've even met your mum and dad this week. We're one big happy family, yeah, and that's how it should be.
Only you require 64.
Photograph 64 then for the match.
Double 8. Oh, she's bussed it. It might not make a difference.
51.
Another chance for Eileen will come. She just smirks in the background.
Eileen, you require 64.
This one's at tops, and Eileen de Graaf is through to the semi-finals of the Lakeside Women's World Championship. All too comfortable in the second set against Lorraine Winstanley, whose luck deserted her with a few dodgy darts. But it was a good performance in that second set from Eileen de Graaf, winning 6 legs in total. And she ends her 4-year run of losing in the quarter-finals. So it's another hurdle she has overcome in her quest to become a world champion. Eileen de Graaf has beaten Lorraine Winstanley by 2-0. Coming up after the break, we've got our final match of the afternoon from the men's championship. Andy Barton's the main man, the #1 seed, against the Kiwi outsider, Johnny Tarter.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Welcome back to Lakeside, the spiritual home of world darts. Here in the UK, Aileen de Graaf taking the win over Lorraine Winstanley here in the quarterfinals. Well, that was a whitewash for Aileen, wasn't it? Really showing her pedigree, showing her form, the number 2 seed. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, I just don't think Lorraine, she made such a small mistake at the end of set 1, hitting the double 10 instead of the single 10, and then that caused her all sorts of problems. You're then heading in a double in a direction that you're not really confident in going for, and at 2-2, that was a difficult shot. She missed it and never really recovered. Aileen came out, set 2, and absolutely blitzed it, really.
And Lorraine was here in the semi-finals last year, so Aileen, she's really done well to get past this one, making the semi-finals this time, finally for Aileen. It's an exciting run for her. She must take a lot of confidence from that win, especially that whitewash.
Absolutely, it's a really tough game for them both because they both get on with each other really well. They're both friends off the hockey, and it's always harder to play a friend on this stage more than anywhere in the world. So, yeah, Aileen will go through and be happy, and she's in the half of the draw that she's happy to be in. So, again, she's looked at probably saying, I'm going to come to the semi-finals. She's made that now, and it's time to get your head down and get on and play.
And what do you think it was that made the difference between them?
There was just a couple of doubles in set 1 that went her way, you know, and Lorraine had missed a couple, and just at the wrong moments, and the big moments, Aileen won them.
Okay, well, that's sport for you. And up next, we have a very exciting quarterfinal with our number 1 seed, Andy Bartons. Many people expecting that he might go all the way here in Lakeside this year. And he is being faced by an outsider, Johnny Tata from New Zealand. He's got a tough task ahead of him, hasn't he, Johnny? First of all, what do you know about Johnny from New Zealand and his form this week coming into this very tough match against the number 1 seed?
Well, all I do know about him is he's travelled an awful long way, and if you're going to travel an awful long way, he'd have put the effort and the hours in to come all this way and done the practice and the graft at home. He's been mighty impressive as he started the week, pretty impressively, and nothing seems to faze him. He's a typical Kiwi, slightly laid back, takes everything in his stride, and being the underdog in this game, I think, is a good thing for him.
Okay, and Andy Bartons, of course, he's made the quarterfinals 3 times, but this appears to be his year. Tell me about the form you've seen from him overall this year, and then, of course, in the tournament so far this week.
You don't come into this tournament as number 1 seed if you've not been playing well. Sometimes it can be an added pressure on you, But Andy seems to be, in the interviews I've seen this week, he seems to be very confident about being number one. He seems to be very confident about being the favourite. So it's not phasing him. He's just getting up there and throwing his darts. And if today he's going to go to his first semi-final, he's going to have to leave everything out in the back room in his head and just go and throw the darts he's been throwing all year to be the number one seed.
Indeed, but he hasn't won this tournament before. He has made the quarterfinals 3 times. So to come in, he must really want this time.
You've got to remember, not many of us have won this, Joe. You know, it's a tough tournament to win. And when you're in your bubble, you have to come here and perform to do it. When you know that you're the best of the rest in all of it, you have to come here on that 1 year and perform. And that's what he's trying to do this year. And he's done it so far this week.
Yeah, he has done it this week. We've seen some great form from him so far. A whitewash of Sebastian Bielecki. Also a great win over Gary Stone. I mean, it really does look like this could be his year. We've seen underdogs cause upsets before. We know Andy Bartons is the expected to do very well in this next quarterfinal match and potentially beat Johnny Tata. But if you were Johnny right now, what would you be telling yourself to do going up against the world number one?
Just do your own thing. Just do your own thing. Don't pay any attention to what he's doing. You know what's coming. He's the world number one. You know exactly what game he's going to get out there. And be pleasantly surprised if he doesn't get his best game out there in the first couple of legs and try and settle yourself down by taking those off him. It's the way that these set play works. It's a great game to be part of, particularly if you're winning. Set play's horrible if you're losing.
Okay, we'll expect to see people raise the roof in here after the commercial break, because it's the number one seed, Andy Bartons, against Johnny Tata, all the way from New Zealand.
We now return to the men's quarterfinals here at the 2023 CT1 WDF Lakeside World Championship. And we welcome back to the stage a man enjoying his Lakeside World Championship debut, the former John Wilkie Memorial and North Island Masters champion from New Zealand, JT Johnny Tata. We now welcome to the stage the four-time and reigning Czech Open champion, the reigning Australian Darts Open champion from Belgium, the beast from the east, Andy Bartens.
Enter the beast from the east, Andy Bartens, the #1 seed, the dominant force on the WDF this year. He is looking to end his greatest ever darting year with the biggest prize of them all, the Lakeside World Championship. And he has certainly shown in his 2 games so far why he is revered by many, why he is the bookies' favourite. A couple of 94 averages in defeating Sebastian Białecki, and then in his second match he overcame a test from Gary Stone. A firm test it was from the Scotsman. It was a terrific game, the standard very, very high. Johnny Tata is here enjoying himself, making his World Championship debut. He's got a big New Zealand contingent with him, as you saw in the walk-on. Getting wishes of good luck from Brian Corbett, Victoria Monaghan, Wendy Harper, Nicole Reno as well. Scott Mitchell is alongside me in the commentary box for the last game of this afternoon session. And Scott, while stranger things have happened, you would expect Andy Bartens to win this game even with his B game, because Johnny Tata's running average for the tournament has been around the 80 mark.
Indeed, but you don't know people from New Zealand very well, do you? They're very dogged and the determination that they have, and you know, he's the first that you know, a long line of New Zealanders have been here and played and done 90 averages and things. Remember, I played Mark McGrath here, the Cowboy, and Craig Caldwell. He was here, and of course my dear friend Mike Day. Back in the day, he was one of the oldest guys at Lakeside that year, and yeah, so there's a bit of good New Zealand tradition of players coming over, and Johnny Tata being the latest.
100.
Yeah, he made a name for himself in the summer when he overcame Peter Wright in the New Zealand Darts Masters, the double PDC world champion. A trucker by day, 60. A darter by night. 61. But is he going to run into a beast mode performance from Andy Bartens?
137. Johnny requiring 100.
He's given himself an outside chance here. Treble 18 leaves the bullseye. Johnny Tata so close to putting on an enthralling start for us.
Oh, Andy thought that was in. He dipped a foot in the water there. He took one step forward.
21.
Wow. Unsettling as that was.
Johnny
I think
required
Johnny
34.
Tata surprised it. Andy there, getting the dart at the ball. Now it's a dart at double 17. No, it's not. Clever lad. Over to double 16.
Game shot on the
What a
first
good
leg.
split that is.
Johnny Tata.
See, this is what impressed me in that first match when I watched him. He was
Second leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
2 old favourites from
Game
here.
on.
Yeah, one thing I've been really impressed with in Johnny Tata's game is the ability to grind things out when it matters. I think the game you were about to reference was the Sean McDonald one, where he had an 8-point average deficit,
57.
yet still came away with the win because he planted those checkouts when he needed to.
Special times at special moments, and I think the better a player that plays against Johnny, I think he will go with it to a certain extent. It'll be then whether he can finish those legs off that he gets his chances.
59.
Just looking into the numbers for Andy Bartons during this tournament, he's averaged 94. It's the highest one of the tournament, and then he did it again against Gary Stone. He's only hit a couple of 180s. What he has done has been absolutely relentless with the two big treble visits. 140s for fun, 134s, 137s, and that is why he is a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said earlier, he's been around a little while now, Andy. You know, he's served his apprenticeship, and is it time? You know, you start to know what's going on here. You start to get your head around what this place is all about and what it means. And
45. Johnny requires.
And you then have to go and complete the job. And like you say, he knows he was the best player most of the year. He's got to come and prove it once again.
Game shot the second leg.
Johnny Tartar here.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
As I said earlier, is one very determined New Zealander.
60.
It's been a super start, but it's all about whether he can sustain it.
100.
Talent's clearly there.
You don't start beating Peter Wright on the big stage if you haven't got a little bit about you, Danny, I promise you.
100.
And in the following game, he was beaten in a last leg decider by Rob Cross, who ended up winning that title. Tartar came here as the main New Zealander hope in the men's draw with Alpai Puha and Ben Robb, originally scheduled to play here, but they're playing at Alexandra Palace instead.
100.
And he's really relishing being the main man. It's been another very well represented nation as New Zealand.
100.
Yeah, I met both those guys over at the World Cup. Denmark. Big rig, as Ben Robb is known. Lovely, lovely people, both of them, lovely people. Just love the darts, something that we all have in common.
101.
We're all different people away from the board, but at the board we love our darts.
And Andy Bartons will love that 101 checkout.
Andy Bartons.
He's on the board now.
Yeah, that's settling down as well.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. 60.
What you can say about both these guys as well is that they've shown incredible commitment to darts, because you know it's not easy for someone who's got a full-time job to come over to the UK to play at Lakeside. Tends to play most of his darts in New Zealand or Australia, does Johnny Tartar.
100.
The jet lag could make a difference. I don't know when he arrived here, but I'm guessing it'll have been some point in the mid part of last week. And then on the flip side, Andy Bartons has been travelling down under. He's an Australian Open winner. That's where he's collected the bulk of his ranking points.
Yeah, that was back in August, I think.
57.
Fantastic tournament, that Australian Open. Been there once myself. Unbelievable tournament.
140.
And the final that he played there could potentially be the final here if it goes to seedings. Andy Bartons v Neil Duff.
60. Andy require 124.
Nice, played some bloke called Hetta down there. I don't know, haven't seen what happened to him since then.
56.
Business-like from Bartons, didn't entertain the prospect of treble 18 and bull.
Doing what he had to do as well here, because obviously this is Johnny Tartar's best chance to win the set on his own throw.
68.
Since winning those opening two legs, Bartons has been in command.
Andy Bartons. Fifth
Well,
legs, Andy Sutton
lesser
first,
players
going on.
may have panicked after watching Johnny Tarter take the first 2 legs, but Andy Bartons is no lesser player.
That's what coming in here with a bit of confidence does to you, though, Dan. He said in previous interviews he believes he is the favourite.
96.
And rightly so. And when you're believing that, you know, most people will try and hype that down and try and take the pressure off themselves, but it seems that pressure is Andy Barton's middle name.
$180 for JT. He's not landed. But this set has turned around. Bartons again finding those 140s. Like a boa constrictor up there. Slowly strangulating the Kiwi.
57. And you require 84.
Can afford to go to treble 13.
28.
This will make things interesting.
140. And you require 56.
First set to Andy Bartons.
Andy Bartons. Second set.
He's a
first
menacing
leg.
figure up there.
First.
More important thing on that is it's 3 legs on the spin for Bartons.
100.
And aside from the faffing on the 12 6s and 3s in the first leg,
100.
been note perfect otherwise.
I'd say that losing those 2
140.
first legs for Bartons was a bit of a wake-up.
That's 2 180s for Bartons.
Certainly in free flow mode now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's an exponent of the smooth barreled darts.
Sort of side angle of his throw earlier, and we could see that he holds the barrel right at the very back. It's nearly on the stem, and his whole hand goes on the whole barrel.
And you require 121.
Bullseye.
96. Johnny, you require 76.
Not the way you teach a youth player how to throw, but very effective for Andy Bartons. There's no 2 ways about that.
Game shot on the first leg.
Johnny Tarter not willing to be counted out. He definitely has raised his levels from his first 3 games.
140.
But even at this moment in time, we probably need to go up a little bit further. Needs to find a few more of those. There's Steph on the left. That's Andy's girlfriend, who we've got to know this week. Watching on nervously.
100.
Always harder for the family sat up there in those tables. Can't do a thing about it. Just be there to support.
100.
I mentioned about Jackie's hat earlier, and I had a lovely message to say that it was one of the disabled darters drove down
100.
from Sheffield to come and actually collect his hat from Lost Property. Ricky Chilton, my dear friend, sent me a message.
100.
So he drove down from Sheffield
161.
to pick up Jackie's hat in Lost Property to make sure that he got it returned to him. So how cool is that?
42.
Yeah, it's a nice story.
Johnny require 161.
I'm sure he'll have been devastated to lose that hat. One of darts' most famous fans.
46.
He supports the Belgians incessantly.
Another bull attempt.
71.
Another one missed.
Johnny, you require 150.
$18 for tops. Oh, he's missed a big number.
75.
And it's not even as if it was on the wire, it was dragged well low.
It was like he was thinking of the double instead of thinking about what he had in hand.
Andy Bartons. Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's what Jackie thinks of that.
$91. $140. $125.
Good response from Johnny Tartar.
I think he's shown enough over the past week
100.
that he does potentially have a really big future in the sport, Johnny Tartar. The only problem is the location of where he comes from.
140.
The fact that he'll be forced into travelling if he wants to further his career.
And we're not talking just up the road. You were mentioning earlier about him going to Australia and playing some tournaments as well. I mean, that's a 4.5 hour flight from New Zealand, from Auckland. You know, we think it's just popping over. It's like going to Cyprus, mate. It's from here. It's just amazing how far they have to travel.
93. Andy require 121.
Treble 17. Would have left the bullseye for a third leg in a row.
Johnny, you require 52. $12.
Two big chances not taken.
Requires 64.
Bartons needs just the one.
Andy Bartons.
I think we should have a special Jackie cam.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Like a watch along.
He could have, yeah, absolutely. He could have his own cam on him the whole game, and he would provide entertainment. There's no two ways about that. I said earlier that Johnny Tartar needed to take those chances when he got them. It was going to be difficult to get chances, and to stay in the game, he was going to have to hit them and not present Andy with easier chances. Although 64 was not an easy chance, when you've had two darts at it, you really got to hit them.
100.
To put the world number one under pressure.
$60. $69. $140.
Dennis Nilsson awaits the winner, following his very, very impressive 4-1 success over Wesley Plausier. Another man fancied pre-tournament, but he's been dispatched at the quarter-final stage.
105.
Bartons looks like he's going to be difficult to shift, whoever he faces.
100. Johnny, you require 96.
Again, a good chance for Johnny here. Double 18.
Game shot the fourth leg.
In this set.
Johnny Tartar.
It's his biggest checkout.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
In general, he's been pretty good on the doubles. 4 from 8, 50%. He could just raise the number of 140s and 180s in the scoring phase. He'd be putting Andy under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. I agree. He has got something about him. There's no two ways about that.
96.
Like I say, he impressed against Sean McDonald the other day's double-in was superb. Held his nerve at the end as well in what was a nervy game. So he showed that he has everything.
58.
Yeah, he then came through another nervy encounter, this time against 8-seed Barry Copeland. It was only really against Jim Widmeyer that he had some comfort. Jim would be the first to admit that he underperformed against the New Zealander. Everyone at Lakeside feeling festive. One of the few places where it's acceptable to come with a bad wardrobe.
More than acceptable, actually. It's nearly a necessity here. Yeah, how different would this set look if Johnny Tartar had to hit that tops? And how different the game would look. It's those turning points, those big moments.
141.
He's not gone away here. Barton's has turned the throw.
81.
Tartar could turn two corners here and have a double treble visit. Not going to happen now. That would have made life pretty interesting.
And you require 125.
So 25 hit. He'll try for that other treble.
65. Johnny requires.
He'll be happy with his set up there. This would be a mighty big finish.
Does he stay there? Yes, he does.
Double 11 for the set.
120.
It's almost like watching a replay of Eileen de Graaf, but Andy Bartons wants 60 to go into a two-set lead.
20.
I'm very surprised that he's passed up the chance.
First up looked very high and a bit of a blocker. So Tartar here for the set, double 11.
Always the danger on double 11, and then to add insult to injury, he leaves himself in the madhouse. Bartons is not going to pass up another opportunity. It is a two-set advantage for the beast from the east, who is trying to plough towards yet another title in 2023. Johnny Tartar has done what was asked of him. He has raised his game, but unfortunately, he is running into the form man. Andy Bartons is halfway to a place in the semi-final against Dennis Nilsson.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world. that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Winmore, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Welcome back to Lakeside in the middle of this quarter-finals of the World Championships between the top seed Andy Bartons and the outsider from New Zealand, Johnny Tata. Well, the score is as expected, 2 sets up for Andy Bartons. But the match actually hasn't really gone that way, has it? Because Johnny Tata, he's really doing quite well on his debut here at the World Championships, isn't he?
Well, I agree. I think he came out in the first set and he didn't look as fazed by the situation as Andy Bartons did. So he took a quick 2-leg lead in that first set. Andy then gathered his thoughts, started to show what he was about, reeled 3 off on the trot, and that was the story of set 1, really.
Indeed, and the very ending there of set 2, there was a moment when Johnny Tata almost had it, wasn't there?
Absolutely. Now, set 2, we spoke about it before the game. If Johnny Tata got chances, he was going to have to take them and keep Andy under pressure. He had 2 big chances, 2 darts at 40, and let Andy in to get a leg, and then there at the end. So he's there and he's in the game, although the scoreline is saying no, he isn't.
Well, he's come all this way. He's come from New Zealand, so we might as well have a good run of it, mightn't he? Quarter-finals it is, but Andy Bartons showing his pedigree, showing why he is the top seed. Many people would get nervous when they were 2 legs down heading into this quarter-finals, just 2 legs down at the start, but he just stayed cool, stayed composed, and fought his way back, didn't he?
Absolutely, and I think the break is probably, usually when the person's in front, the break isn't a good thing for you. But I think the way that Andy was playing, he probably needed that break. Get out the back, have a chat with 1 or 2 people out there that are with him and know him really well. They'll reassure him that he's back in the game now, and that was a good time to have a break for Andy Bartons as much as Johnny Tata.
Indeed, so 2 sets up for Andy Bartons, but definitely a competitive match.
A competitive match that we are savouring and we are enjoying very much here in the commentary box. Andy Bartons going to type, really, averaging 95. Johnny Tata is in the 90s himself. He is playing really well. But Andy Bartons is a man who is simply used to winning. He's looking to extend his very impressive unbeaten record on the WDF circuit. Not lost a game since the end of September. Raymond Smith of Australia beating him in the World Cup. Again, if you are watching Raymond, a darts fan, I know he is, as well as a cracking player. I hope you're well, because he was forced to pull out of this tournament due to health issues. But even when he's been put under pressure, Andy Bartons has responded in fine fashion. What has Johnny Tata got up his sleeve here?
81.
The downside for him is he lost his set on his own throw, and then he's walking back into a set on Andy's throw. So mentally, he doesn't want to be thinking like that. He wants to be thinking about, I was in that game, you know, I was in this game, and I made a couple of, and they're not errors. My goodness, the game is all about hitting doubles, and if you're hitting doubles, you're winning games. You're going to have chances, and what I love about this sport is we all go to tournaments and we all think we're the only ones in the room missing doubles, when in fact actually it's the other way around. There's only one that isn't, and they're going off with the check under their arm and the trophy under the other arm. We all do it. It's the nature of the game, and we do over criticise ourselves and over chastise ourselves for missing doubles, and it's just part of the game.
Yeah, you've got to think as well that the first dart at double 11 that Johnny Tata missed for the set, was on the end of a massive 1-4-2 combination. But he doesn't want to be having nightmares of double 11. He doesn't need to keep thinking about it.
The bottom line is he's performing well. I know he's 2 sets down, but he's performing well, playing well.
36.
There we go again. He's playing well again. Big 16 here. Make sure the big number. Barton's back on 176. You know you're going to get another 3 darts to break the throw immediately.
85. Johnny, you require 40. And you require 91.
And this is what he wasn't doing in his previous 2 matches. Johnny Tartar. 41, 9 for 32.
Game shot the first leg.
Give the man a chance. He will take it every time.
Second leg is
the world number 1.
Game on.
And once again, a leg goes begging. But Johnny Tartar really should have notched on his side. But he won't go away.
180.
And that proves exactly what I'm talking about.
It's a leg that will feel like a break of throw for Andy Bartons, because he was trailing in the distance like an assassin up on the stage.
Yeah, it was a massive save for him. Massive save. Some supporters there just flown in from Hawaii.
140.
It's an interesting point you made in the first game as well, that it truly has been a world championship, because of the last 8 competitors in the men's field, we've only got one Brit, Neil Duff.
Absolutely. And like I say, the way the regions have worked, the WDF have worked on this. It's a plan that they've had. It's something that they put in place
60. Johnny
a while
40.
ago, and it's absolutely worked.
Tops isn't really working for Tartar.
20.
Neither is double 10. He's got time on his side.
Yeah, they're going around with these. We're finding players from countries that play equally as well as those that we know. It's just they don't get the opportunity, and now they're getting the opportunity. Dodgy one, this.
Game shot the second.
Finds it nicely eventually.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Yeah, he badly needed that. Had missed his previous 11 attempts at doubles.
And again, he must not let himself think he could have been 2 up in this set.
78.
You've just got to get your head down and keep going and keep believing. When you're playing the world number 1, it's not often they go off their game, these world number 1s and favourites for tournaments. They're that for a reason.
58.
And like I said at the top of the show, if at the top of this match, if he does go off, Andy, you've got to be there to pounce.
180.
Johnny Tartar has scored a 180 in each of his last 3 legs.
45.
As he's hitting 180s, Andy Bartons is not having trouble replies.
140. 95. Johnny required 103.
Just in a Woody Woodpecker in the crowd as well. We used to have Brian Pecker Woods here back in the day.
67.
We'll try and tick off all the different themes that we've got here at Lakeside. See how many we can get in total.
Johnny required 36. Game shot the third leg.
That's better from Johnny Tartar. That's better. Another break of throw.
To throw first. Game on.
He's not blowing on his hands because he's cold in here. It's not cold in here at all. Perfect conditions for darts, I would say, actually. Not too hot, not too
55.
cold. Smack bang in the middle.
If anything, I think tomorrow evening the players might be feeling the heat when we've got over 1,000 people coming.
I've been in there with a round crowd, hit a 180, turned around and looked at the crowd, and all the breath hit you like at a fountain where they're cheering your 180. Never experienced that anywhere else in the world, only here.
Charlie Corsteffine's vocal cords taking a rattling now.
99. $99. $59.
Needed a treble there to trouble Barton's.
Goes for the bullseye.
Yeah, didn't need to.
48.
And Tartar produced another one of those two treble 20s. He's in one. He's in two. Double 14. Now, last time, this is for the set. Takes his time. The crowd get into it. They go quiet.
120.
Better attempt this time round.
25.
Barton's big turning moment in the game again. Double four.
Game shot the four player.
Tidies it up nicely.
Andy Barton's breaks back in 14 darts. And it'll just feel like another kick to the gut for Johnny Tartar. He's been there or thereabouts. He's had darts at a double in 7 of the last 8 legs. If Barton's does go 3 sets to 0 up, I don't think it'll be a fair reflection of the game.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's definitely not Barton's at his top pomp either. He's dropped down to his B game, and that's what's given opportunities. But his argument would be, well, I'm sat here with my B game and I'm still 2 sets up and 2-2 in the third. Somewhere we would all love to be, that would.
$171.
7-1 scored and the 180 card goes up. Welcome to darts, ladies and gentlemen.
A southern 180, we can call it.
Yeah, we call it a southern 180.
63. $41. And he requires 72.
For the third set, Andy Barton's wants double 18.
He obviously doesn't fancy double 9, so he's going to 2 it up by the looks of things. Well, I got that one before the spotter.
Newfound maturity as well from Andy Barton's. There probably would have been a time a few years ago where he'd have gone straight at double 9, but it shows that he clearly thinks about the game. And he's probably thinking about the semi-finals now, because Andy Barton's is 3 sets to 0 up. And Johnny Tartar must be wondering what he has to produce now just to take even a set off the brilliant Belgian.
So as you say, he's not been a million miles away in any set.
39.
But are the rest of the field watching and thinking, this is what he does?
140.
He had darts at double 11 to win the second set. He had 1 dart at double 14 for a massive combination to win the last set. It could be 2-1
99.
But instead it's 3-zip.
Yeah, indeed.
99. 98. 99.
Comes out there.
And you
Nice
require
99.
164. Johnny Rickey, 164.
Wrong side of the wire with the treble 18.
$41. And you require 81.
Bullseye now.
56.
Johnny Tartar back on 1, 2, 3. The short irons into the green, letting him down on this occasion from 164. It's not often we've been able to say that about him. 16 now. Missed the big number.
Twice he's done that now.
83. And he required 25.
Change of tact and have a look at tops, but will he get there? 17 for double four is the way that Andy
shot the
goes.
first leg. Andy Barton.
It's like they're on a string. That's how he won the last set.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
The breaker throw now. Johnny Tartar. The exit door is ajar.
81. 100. 58. 100.
You know when a player's playing well when they come away with 100 and they look visibly disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be careful what you wish for. You can do that, and then next game, next throw, you hit 45, and then you go, well, that 100 wasn't too bad.
180. And you require 161.
Well, a small consolation for Tartar is that he does lead the 180 count.
97.
Small consolation, tiny, should say.
And you require 64.
Tops.
44. Johnny require 126.
Now the bullseye for Tartar.
101.
Oh, and then he's just missing.
20.
But not in is not in, so now Barton's double 10. Getting further away.
No score.
Walking across the hockey like he was going to have to pay for a ticket to get back in. He was that far over.
25.
Yeah, almost blocking our camera view of it.
And shot the second leg.
Johnny Tartar breaks the throw back.
A little nod of approval there from Andy Barton to say, yeah, well done, mate. You've finally done to me what I've been doing to you the whole match.
I think when the two players shake hands, assuming that Andy Barton goes on and wins this, he'll probably have a word in Johnny Tartar's ear saying something along the lines of, you were unlucky there. You didn't deserve a scoreline like that.
100.
I think that dart players in the dart players in New Zealand, whatever their association is, should be proud of him.
100.
He's come over and really made a good show of himself here. As has Nicole Renault as well. Many big things for them to talk about. Players in the other World Championship as well next week. New Zealand is starting to move as a darting nation and implode themselves on the world.
Yeah, there's a few nations that we've spoken about often this week as real burgeoning darts nations. I think Hungary, you think Sweden, Belgium a little bit further along. 8-8 for Johnny Tata.
128.
What is it about this guy? Anything with the 2 treble 20s in it, he wants to have a go at it.
140.
Good set up by Barton, so pressure on Tata for the 4-4. What pressure?
Johnny Tata. 4th it's handy to throw first.
Andy Bartons doesn't do pressure. He just rolls along.
We might see something different if the 3 sets were on Johnny Tata's side and the bagel was Andy Barton's name. But yeah, no, there's no two ways about it. He's done enough in the big moments to be that way. So yeah, enjoy it. Throw with freedom. Let the other guy have all the problems.
96.
This is on course to be Andy's lowest average of the tournament, but it's still in the low 90s. And let's not forget, we're playing over an extended format.
Still be one of the biggest wins of his life to take into a semi-final at the World Championships, I can tell you. It's lovely winning ranking tournaments and everything else, but the big games here.
And you require 170.
Haven't seen a big fish yet this week. Biggest checkout has been from Bartons, and it nearly was once again. Landed a 160 in the very first leg against Gary Stone. Still yet to be beaten.
Back to that favoured route again. He doesn't hit it first dart this time, he hits it second. Jackie's up out of his seat again.
5th leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
We do go to another break after 4 sets, so if Tata wins, the match will go on. Bartons does not want to be waiting around for the finishing post.
No, he doesn't want another break either. And let Tata compose himself even more.
100.
It would be sad if Tata doesn't register a set, to be fair. The way that he's played, he deserves a set.
Yeah, I was going to make the point that obviously we're impartial in the commentary box, but you'd feel a big pang of sympathy for Johnny Tata if he was to walk away from this completely empty-handed.
Johnny required 161.
Good recovery dart there for him. Bartons needs something big here to just put a remote amount of pressure on, so no pressure on this at all for Johnny Tata. It's 76 for the set.
We are going to carry on. Johnny Tata receives probably the biggest cheer from the crowd all afternoon, because they understand that this man has put on a really good display, his best of the tournament so far. Almost a sarcastic nod from the New Zealander, but Andy Bartons is not done yet. He still has to win another set of darts to get into the semi-finals. Johnny Tata has renewed confidence into the second break. It is Bartons 3, Tata 1.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
It's 3-1 here at Lakeside. Andy Barton's the #1 seed. Looks like he might run away with this quarterfinal for Johnny Tartar. But Johnny Tartar, he's holding on. He's not going anywhere for the moment, is he? We've seen some very good darts from Johnny, perhaps not reflective of that 3-1 scoreline so far. But it's looking like a very enjoyable, competitive match, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. We said at the start that he needed to get himself chances and hit them, and he hasn't always done that. He seems to have sort of relaxed a little there in that last set and done exactly what he needed to do. But if we remember back, he had darts at double 11 to take his own set back then. So we could have been sat here at 2-2 and going, you know, he's really in the game. So it would have been sad if he hadn't got a set in this match, because he's been far better than the scoreline has showed.
Indeed, I think some of the crowd here have been a little bit behind Johnny Tartar, because he has performed really well against the #1 seed, some 180s there as well. Were you pleasantly surprised to see him run away with that last set, just sneak it in there, the 3-1?
Absolutely, he only ran away with the last leg. Andy stayed with him all the time. He hit two big scores at the right time and won the set, and if he'd have done that earlier on, he's had chances to do that in the other 3 sets as well. So he'll be disappointed with that, but he can't go in. He's gone into a break now. Lots of positivity back there. He'll be talking to his friends, and hopefully he'll come out and do that again. But Barton's, Andy came back out very quickly. He was back out on the board, practicing, trying to find his range, so he's ready to go.
Okay, well, it is not over yet. We'll take you back down to the match, 3-1. Let's see if Johnny Tartar, can he pull out another set?
We shall wait and find out. Andy Bartons will be hoping that he doesn't. In his mind, he should be off back to the hotel for a chilled out evening before tomorrow's semi-finals. But Johnny Tartar certainly has different took them. Bartons needs to be ruthless from now on. He needs to try and crush Tata, try and use the fact that it is his throw.
100.
Been impressive from Bartons, the way that he's been able to deal with the challenge of Tata. Maybe not quite as nip and tuck as the Gary Stone game, but he's certainly been put under pressure. I think he may have found out as well that when Tata did win the third set, the crowd generally going to be on the side of the New Zealander, because the crowd does love an underdog.
Yep, they certainly do. This place is one of those that really does get behind their underdogs. And, yeah, I'm so pleased that he got that set. And as I said there to Joe, that, you know, he could have had that double 11. He could be 2-2 here, and nobody could have had any arguments about that, because he's played well enough to be that.
Could be a reversal of the score we have. Could be 3-1 to Tata.
140, and you require 100.
But this is why the Belgian is such a strong competitor.
60. Johnny requires 60.
Must admit, I did think he was going to nail tops then. It would have been classic of the Barton's performance. Tops now for Johnny.
27.
Oh, that one got in the way. Maybe should have needed to come left on that one. And he's not been usually taking too many darts if he gets a second bite of the cherry.
And
there we go.
Yep, does get that.
Again, another chance for Johnny Tata to break through. He's done so much good in this game. The Bartons have just got on, been very businesslike.
100.
Well, whenever he's been presented with a chance, he's generally taken it. There's only been 2 legs in this match where Bartons has had a chance and gone on to lose it.
180.
And he'll give himself many more chances if he keeps piling in the maximums.
The 180 on the Tata throw is a good thing, but only if Johnny Tata's not hitting them back. Boos ring out in the crowd there for Andy Bartons. Harsh as you like, the Lakeside crowd there. They all want to see a 9-darter here.
Closest we came was in Peter Machin's match against James Richardson. Missed double 12.
77. Johnny required 121.
We had Leonard Gates tease one against John Scott.
57. And you require 144.
Another one there.
128. Johnny requires
Super
64.
setup.
And the leg that Tata looked really good. He's only going to get 1 dart.
24.
And not to be.
And
so from the elation
60.
of winning a set, he could now be staring.
Game shot the second leg. Andy Barton.
Having to win 3 on the trot to win this set. But it's Barton's on throw as well.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
The current number 1 is now starting to play and boss this match.
From elation to deflation for Tata.
85.
I like the way that Bartons didn't stay in there for a break very long. He wanted to come out and sort out what was going wrong out here on the stage. You can walk back in that room and you can start hitting that treble 20 on that practice board, and it is no use to you whatsoever. You've got to hit it out here. So we went back in, probably had a quick comfort break, came straight back out, and then started to find his range on that board.
What was your preference when you went in for the break? Did you like just throwing darts at the practice board, or did you think,
no,
I'm not going to throw a dart until I'm back on stage?
I generally left my darts out on the stage, so I couldn't throw a practice dart. I know that sounds really strange, but you know, all the throws are the same. I'm not denying that, but you know, the atmosphere is different in there. You know, there's people around you, so the whole atmosphere of the throw feels different. So for me, it was always leave your darts on the stage, and I'll not have a throw.
45.
Go in, have a chat with the people that were with me. They tell me what I was doing different, whether I was throwing quicker, slower, rocking, wobbling.
140.
or whether I was doing nothing wrong and I was just getting outplayed.
That's probably the message you could give to Johnny Tarter, who might be signing off in style, because Andy Barton should get at least one match dart on 76. He's going to come down the board. 16. Now tops.
56. Johnny requires 76.
We could go on. Same equation. Different results.
Johnny Tarter.
A very audible shout of "get in" from the crowd somewhere.
Made Johnny Tarter smile, that's for sure.
Game on.
Nice little grin from the New Zealander.
Making himself a crowd favourite here.
$140. 60. $100.
He's a dart ahead now. Johnny Tarter needs to rediscover that heavy artillery.
$90. $85.
And the person that liked that loose dart in the 5 most was Barton's. Saw him shout, "Come on," to himself.
45. Johnny require 156.
He's going to hit 2 treble 20s and miss the double 8. No, he's not.
No, that's been the way though, hasn't it?
100. And you require 126.
Those microns of difference between winning and losing. Bullseye.
101.
2 match darts.
56.
Will make life interesting if he can polish this off.
Game shot the 4th player. Johnny Tarter.
Yeah, the crowd get behind him again.
Full credit to Johnny Tarter.
125.
Is Andy Barton's feeling the strain of the Lakeside stage?
140.
And both his previous appearances here as Nicole shows her support.
Love that. New age signage. Everybody's going to be bringing their iPads in the future.
Who needs pen and paper anymore?
Nicole Renault. You saw it here first with Nicole Renault.
140.
Andy Barton has reached the quarterfinals twice before. He has lost both times. Scott Waits in 2018 and Thibaut Tricol last year. Steph looks anxious.
Absolutely, the families feel it. There's nothing they can do.
140.
It's a good response. Johnny Tarter for the set. 2 darts at 24. Needs just the one.
Johnny Tarter.
For the first time in this tournament, we are going to a 6th set. It looked like it was going to be a walkover from Barton's, but Tarter has shown true strength.
Game on.
And good news for all the fans of Johnny Tarter. That was a set that Andy Beaton started. So
140.
it's all about holding his own set now. Is the momentum with him? There'll be no breaks now till the end. Has he hit momentum at the right time?
60.
As Andy Barton's thinking about those other 2 losses here in the quarterfinals.
60.
I think there's more drama to come, Danny. There's definitely more drama to come.
140. 100.
Well, if Andy Barton does go on to lose this, I think he'll certainly refuse to play players from the Oceanic region, given that Raymond Smith was the last man to topple him.
And you require 161.
That's a slip.
Yeah, I think he'd confessed to just trying a little bit too hard there.
137. And you require 131.
Short irons into the pin. Barton's is 3 inches away from the hole.
49. And you require 24. Game shot the first leg. Andy Barton.
Professional from Barton's, taking big advantage of the Tata poor setup shot.
$100. $100. $140.
Still finding those big scores of 140.
60.
More often than Johnny right now.
Big deflection on that one.
$140.
Back comes Tata. $59.
Johnny Tata should get to a better finish than Barton's.
60. And you require 160.
He doesn't. Barton's has this in his locker. Massive checkout from Andy Barton's, and he gives it some to the crowd. I think he realises that he's a bit of a villain at the minute because the crowd are all behind Tata. Barton shows who's boss, a second 160 of the tournament.
Yeah, super finish at a super time where the game could have just got away from him there.
96.
But that will absolutely give him loads and loads of confidence going into these last
121.
few legs here. Could be a couple, could be one. Tata could just take his foot off the gas and throw with Law Freedom again.
100.
I have to say he did that in set 5. Lots of freedom.
Well, once again, that checkout from Barton's was a hold of throw, but it's another of those legs where it must feel like a break because it seemed like Tata was ahead for the majority.
92. $60.
Barton, since he hit that shot, has not really hit a treble of note.
100.
Johnny Tartar just keeps plugging away.
85. Johnny Ricai, 130.
Wrong side of the wire, it leaves 72. He's got plenty of options.
Treble 12, treble 16.
53.
Single 12. All leaves him handy. It's all about the setup again from Barton's. He'll stay there surely.
99. Johnny requires 60.
A lot lower with the dart that time. Still clip the flight. Double 10.
50.
It could be curtains. Andy Barton's
76.
steadies himself. 3 darts in hand, replacing the semi-finals. Andy Barton's has broken new ground. Third time lucky, he finally reaches a Lakeside semi-final. But Johnny Tartar did not make it easy for him at any point in that game. Even when Barton's was 3-0 up, Tartar was always on his shoulders. The New Zealander walks away with a huge amount of credit, but he bumped into the #1 seed, who once again proved why he's such a fancied man here at Lakeside. Andy Barton's is through to the semi-finals of the WDF World Championship, where he will face Swede Dennis Nilsson.
This program is brought to you by Benji Marine Engine Repair and Trading, specialized in Wärtsilä engines with a 24-hour-a-day, high-quality, worldwide service. And by Hemeco Storage Systems, your one-stop storage system solution with over 100 years of experience. The 45th annual Win More Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open will be held from January 19th till the 21st. Sin City welcomes you to come and play in the entertainment capital of the world. Both men's and women's champions will win places at the 2024 WDF World Championships. The Romanian Darts Festival is from January the 26th till January the 28th. Come join the party in Bucharest. Register to play by Wednesday the 24th of January. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is held from February 1st till February 4th. Registration is open until January the 16th. The Toto Dutch Open Darts is by far the largest darts party in the world that you should not miss. And the men's and women's champions go to the Lakeside in December 2024. The Swiss Open and Helvetia Open tournaments are held from May 31st till June the 2nd. One of the longest running tournaments in Europe invites you to join them in the most beautiful surroundings you'll find in Europe. The Swedish Open and Masters is held from August 16th till 18th. A popular tournament for many of Europe's best aerosmiths. For more information on each of these tournaments, go to the link in the description. A special thank you to our tournament sponsors Win More, A&G Travel Group, iDarts, Dart Connect, CT1 and Quiff.
Andy Barton's finally finds his beast mode and makes the semi-finals of this WDF World Championships for the first time. But it took him 6 sets to do it, and that's score eventually was reflective of just how well Johnny Tartar was performing against the #1 seed, wasn't it? What did you make of that entire match? 6 sets.
Yeah, absolutely. He did well in the end to get the 2 sets that he did. Bartons looked like he was going to run away with it, but he deserved a couple of sets. He played that well. His averages were there. It was a couple of missed doubles. If Johnny Tartar ever comes back, people will watch this game and they will not want to play him.
People will definitely know who Johnny Tartar is now. In terms of Andy Bartons, he's been playing really well this week. He's had 2 matches with averages of 94, lost a bit of consistency today, but that's just how it goes sometimes in tournaments like this, isn't it? Do you think that he will now be feeling the nerves and the pressure? Will other players be thinking he is beatable now?
No, not at all. He'll be not worrying about averages. He will not be worried about anything. He will be worried about the fact that he's in the semi-final. The #1 seed has made the semi-final, and that's all he was looking to do. He won't worry about averages. They don't put the averages on the trophy at the end of the week.
Indeed. Okay, well, it is shaping up to look like a very exciting weekend ahead, and we have 4 more quarterfinals coming up for you a little later this evening. Bo Greaves takes on Paula Murphy from America. Neil Duff, our reigning champion, taking on Chris Landman. Lisa Ashton taking on Kirsty Hutchinson. That's going to be a great match, isn't it? Those two going head-to-head this evening. And Jelle Klaassen against Danny Lauby. Your thoughts? Let's take that quick couple of words about that match with Lisa and Kirsty. I mean, what a rivalry there.
Absolutely. I think Lisa's just coming off an elbow injury, so she's getting back into it. She's been playing all right so far, so there seems to be no hindrance from the injury. Kirsty's from the Northeast. They don't give in very quickly, they don't. So it's going to be a great game.
Okay, and of course, both of our reigning champions in action in just under 2 hours. We'll see you there.